All right, how's everyone doing? How are we looking on stream? All right, everyone. So we have some commissions to work on today. Uh, we have I think it's two Shikishi boards and one 11 by 17. Yeah, so we have quite a few things to do today. We're just gonna take our time. It's gonna be real slow. It's gonna be a long stream. Just hang out with me while I get this done. I'm really tired, so we're gonna be moving super duper slow. So before we get started, I want to remind everyone that we kind of need to rebuild the live streams. So, whoop, sorry. Okay, sorry. So, hey, how's it going? Oh, Black Mist older brother. Well, we're on the Twitch and the YouTubes right now, by the way. Everything's looking pretty solid. Resource wise, everything's looking solid. Um, I'm doing well. I have been doing paperwork for like days. Fucking like tax papers and just all the things that's involved with running your own business, you know? Anyway, okay. Sorry if I seem a little I came back uh I came back from a music festival, a small festival. It was basically a concert. My bad, my audio's clipping. Let me move the mic away from me. All right, that's probably better. All right. So yeah, my friends took me to Dream State in San Francisco uh for my birthday. It's not literally my birthday yet, but um they happened to be in town and they took me to that concert for my birthday. And it was a lot of fun. I'm pretty beat. Can't do it like I used to. That's for sure. But yeah, but on top of that, man, just like did you ever feel like that? Like for the past I don't know how many months, it's like I'm like more of a bookkeeper than I am an artist. Like running my own art business has just gotten out of hand. It's just gotten like out of yeah, it's just gotten out of hand. I'm just like yeah, okay, mouse. It's gotten out of hand to the point where it's just like all right, I've shipped out an order. Oh, it got damaged, you know, and the more things you send out, the higher chance it is of getting damaged. So you got to file a claim. Just like crazy stuff like that. And I'm at a point where I'm just like, I need to shut down like the online, like, I can't shut down my online shop, right? Obviously, I can't do that because then you need that income. But it's almost at a point where I'm just like, look, if I don't shut this shit down, I'm never going to get to draw. And then it's just like, why don't you hire people to do that for you? Because I'm like, well, the moment I hire people, then the money I'm paying them is just the money that I'm making from the sales. It's the same thing as just turning off the shop, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because like my shop isn't even popping off. My shop don't even go hard. It doesn't even go hard like that. It's not. It doesn't even go hard like that. Like that's not what I'm trying to say. It's just like it's that's what I mean. Like it doesn't even go super hard like that, and it's still like a ridiculous amount of like office work. and then there's taxes. I have definitely fallen to that um you know one man army trap. Anyway, yeah, so this is nice. I have a lot of paperwork that need excuse me, I'm slurring. I have a lot of paperwork that does need to get done, but I'm just like, fuck this. We got to draw. fuck fuck everyone and their paperwork. A younger yeah. Anyway, yeah, so we're going to hang out here, take our time and draw. I haven't drawn at all today. I'm like warming up still. So, no, I lied. I did some of these pencil sketches today, but that's not really a drawing. But yeah, um, fuck all that paperwork. We're doing this today. So I haven't watched Guyver in a very long time. One of the first anime that I had watched with my cousins when I was younger. Um, and yeah, I was gonna go to Chicago for C2E2 this weekend, but I'm actually not going now. So my wife had a a change of schedule in. We're supposed to have a doctor's appointment next week. It's all this post cancer treatment stuff, or excuse me, post cancer follow up stuff. Emphasis on post cancer, right? So hurrah! But that was supposed to be next week. Some of it got changed over. So it's just kind of like I need to be around for that. So I'm actually missing C2E2 this weekend, which honestly probably kind of works out for the best because there's some stuff about that show that wasn't going to work out for me. Um, just little things. For example, they have just a small example of one thing. Like they have a specific rule for how they want you to set up your table, and it's they don't allow you to mount your stuff onto the actual table because I like to mount my clamps, like my table clamps, my display onto the table. I don't like to use the stands like the photography tripod stands that sit behind the table, that sit behind the table. I don't like doing that, but they're not allowing um on table clamping displays. So I don't even have the equipment to set up a booth there. Like to follow their guidelines. I don't even have the setup for that. And then I was gonna room split with some people, but kind of didn't work out. So I had to find a another hotel, and it was gonna be like $600. And I'm just like, but it's all like when you're traveling for conventions, um, it sometimes it doesn't even matter how much you're making at a con if your expenses are so crazy, and they can get pretty crazy. Like a flight, and then say my hotel is gonna be plus 600, and the table, all that combined, and I'm just like, I would have to go like 2K just to break even. Like I'm better off just like getting my flight refunded, not paying the hotel, and then just staying home. You know what I mean? And then getting commissions done. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of was. I was hella down to do it because I would have profited, but it would have been like, was that even worth it? Kind of level profit. Um, so my wife's schedule getting shifted probably worked out for the best. Honestly, like the universe is really keeping me out of bad situations. Yeah. Plus, it's just like it'll give me more time to draw and yeah. Anyway, definitely heard exactly crazy. Yeah. Health comes first. Absolutely. Yeah. So that's what it is. Like like there are people like it's interesting to see some of my artist friends who get exhibitor spots at big shows like an anime expo, and they're like, "Yeah, we made like 25 grand." I was like, "Yeah, but your spot was like 12 grand, and then you had like 5 employees. They had to travel and house. Your take home was probably what, maybe 10 at best." And I'm just like, you could have, you could get close to that at just like a mid-range show, like at a normal artist alley table. So yeah. Anyway, I was hella down to go do it in Chicago, to go do my thing, but blessings in disguise and take it for what it is. Not gonna focus on the potentials that could have. Instead, I'm looking at the things I dodged. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think it works out better that way. I haven't finalized the pose that I want for this. Anyway, so Guyver was one of the first anime I had ever watched when I was younger. My cousins had bootleg VHS anime from the Philippines, and now this was like even before like Suncoast, right? Uh, we had Vampire Hunter D. We had Cassern. I think it was Cassern. Guyver was one of them. Um, what was some of the other ones we had? Bastard. Um, can you see this? Is it in focus? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. I don't really trip too hard over missing shows anymore, other than like, man, those paychecks would be sweet. But then it all comes down to that thing that I just said. How sweet is that paycheck if I had to invest? Probably because that was what, six for that hotel. All things in Ubers and all that. Probably over 8 from where I stand now. You know what I mean? 800 more. And I'm just like, I'll just stay home and catch up on work. Like, whatever, dude. Like, that con will be there next year. You know what I mean? Hopefully I will be. Yeah. Well, this is nice. I miss streaming, man. I miss streaming. I miss hanging out. Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me know. So, this is actually for the Patreon. For those who are not part of the Patreon, every month I let the patrons vote on what the topic is going to be for that month. Um, and like no matter what I put, no matter what I put, it's usually anime related, sometimes video games. I'll always put Guyver at the very bottom. I'll have the more modern animes and shows, and then I'll do like the more popular stuff. But at the bottom, I'll always put Guyver. So on the Patreon for like the past 3 years, like we've been doing with the Patreons for probably over 3 years now, right? Um, I was like, okay, it's my April's my birthday month. I said we've waited long enough, so I just made all 5 options on the poll Guyver. I was like, all right, here you go. Golden, what's up? Traditional art. Yeah, I'm primarily a traditional artist. I do have a I have a big 24-inch Cintiq right next to me here, but ever since I finished my big Pokemon project, I turned off my Cintiq and it's just stayed off. I finally gave it a break. It can it can breathe a little bit. The Cintiq, the Wacom Cintiq is that is a space heater. That thing is hot. You know, I've also felt a little bit at now this is such a first world problem. But so your 21st or your excuse me, your birthday is on the 21st. When is mine this month? I'm not going to say the exact day, but it's near the middle. But all right, so first world super first world problem. I have been just like stressing over getting a and we're not going to get too deep into this cuz I've been talking about it quite a bit before. So I was like stressing over trying to get a proper graphics card for my build for work because I wanted something with some really efficient encoders, right? Um, and I had gotten some really good stuff, and then I was offered a certain amount of money for things, and I was going through cards because like I would get it with the intention of keeping it. Someone would offer me money, I'd sell it, and I've just spent so much energy over the past like couple months just trying to find the right part, and I just couldn't hold on to it because I was getting greedy. And then thankfully, my brother was able to get me this one that I have here out of his old system, and now I've just mentally freed myself of that. That's such a dumb first world issue, but I was just like, I record a lot of stuff. You know, I do a lot of video editing. Sometimes I used to stream a lot, but if I do start streaming a lot again, I definitely need a good card. Anyway, I'm at peace now. I can't believe how much time and energy I wasted on that. Have you ever like tried to shop for something like a phone or a car and you're just so you've drowned yourself in information and you're just like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know which one to get. Like, what can I get that's not a dumb purchase, or is that gonna be good enough, but not without going overboard? You know what I mean? And then you end up wasting so much time, and you're like, it would have been better off for me to just spend more money and just get this shit over with. Anyway, the reference picture I have now is actually of a toy. Oh wow, the YouTube stream is on private, so let's go ahead and make that public. What the fuck? Hello, YouTube. Welcome. 18 or 19 minutes later, I put y'all in public. Now, the thing about Guyver is he's not it's not built like the armor's not built like a tank. It's actually really lean. So I have to make sure not to go overboard with like size. Shoulder pads are really big. But like around the trap area, it's actually he's designed to be really lean. I'm gonna thumbnail some ideas for posing because I can't decide on a pose. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, it's going well. I'm super beat. My brain is feeling a little fried. How you doing? So it actually come out then back. So it comes here and then comes back. So we're gonna get this shape. And this is on a Shikishi board. So there's a lot of scribblage going on, but once we go over it with the Copic markers, the alcohol ink, it'll pretty much cover all the pencil marks. So that's why I'm free to be a little sloppy. We're not even gonna erase. We're just gonna ink directly over it. Pixel, what's up? In the YouTube chat. Let me move where my chat is. I'm gonna move you all over to the left, and then move my reference picture over to the right. There we go. Much better. Looking, oh, thank you. Yeah, so this is a Shikishi board for the Patreon. Did you know that I don't take Shikishi board commissions outside of the Patreon? Just a weird thing. Guyver, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, it's on actual like an actual board, like a literal board. This is really popular outside the US. Uh People like to take these to conventions and or events, and they'll have people sign them or sketch on them or something. Sometimes usually it's just like a signature. Here in the US they do a lot of commissions on them. Um yeah, they're cool. They could be pretty unforgiving though because they don't take well to erasers. Like they don't like to lift like on normal paper. When you erase, you know, you're actually lifting parts of the paper. This thing does not take kind to that. Most of the time it'll just like like fall apart. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. Wait. So that's there. So this should be right here. See how I have the No, no, that's right. No, no. God damn it. Hold on, wait. If the top of the wrist is here, you have or is this wrong? No, that's right. Wait. This is where Okay, that's where I messed up. Wait a minute. Why is my brain not working? So it Wait. It looks right to you? Yeah, I know, but like on the armor. Okay, on the armor. I don't know why my fucking brain. Okay, your elbow, right? This is where he has his blade. And then on the side, same side of the blade. So If the blade is here, fuck. Okay. God. God. Okay. It's because in real life, the problem is this. In real life, your bones, right? Will will twist. But that's what allows your. But with the armor, it doesn't do that. So it would just spin like that. Yeah, but because like in humans, it twists, but the armor doesn't do that, even though it is bio armor, right? Bio boosted armor. We're gonna do the first design where we had it up here, because if you were twisting that way, that's kind of all right. We overthought it. We're just gonna go with the first one. We're gonna clean that up just a little bit. It's hard to erase. Like I said, the board doesn't take well to getting lifted. But we just need to lighten up some of this scribble just a little bit so that when we go in with the alcohol ink, it'll it'll help a little bit to get rid of some of the marks. Anyway, yeah. But you know what, the stylized, but we could always go with the excuse that, well, it is bio armor. You know what I mean? It's gross. I bet it's like moist. I bet the armor, like in person, like not wearing it, I bet like dude, if you're standing right next to you, if your buddy got the armor, you'd be like, I think it's moist. Greasy, yeah. Hey, you know this shit is greasy as hell. This suit is greasy as hell. You cook some eggs on this thing. uh, would like to stay and watch, but you didn't see it was live and you're at work. Maybe you can catch a recording later. The Yeah, I'll have the whole stream viewable on in public. I can't even speak. Yeah, you could watch the stream afterwards when it's done. I can't speak. My brain is fried from the weekend. I was feeling okay the day after. We got back from Dream State, but man, I like now I'm like super beat. Oh man, so I live in California. And you guys know that I stopped smoking and I stopped vaping, right? For the most part, up until kind of recently. But in general, I've kind of been stone cold sober. I know, for the most part, minus occasion. My friend who lives, I'm not gonna say where he lives, outside of California, he came in this past weekend for my birthday to celebrate my birthday. Uh, so he took me to a music festival. He brought me a vape because over there they could still buy flavored vapes. Oh my god. Yeah, they don't invite him over because he's sit on the sofa. I think he's. I always imagined that not the armored parts, but the you know the the liney parts in between the armor. I always imagine that should feel like meat, right? That should feel like creature meat. How do they wash the armor? You don't. It's moist and it's stinky. I mean, it goes into its little pokeball. It goes right. So whatever happens in there, has a self cleaning system, enzymes and shit. I think, I think when you first equip it, like I don't mean very first time. I think when you first equip it in the day, I'm sure it's fine. When you fight, it starts to heat up. I bet it smells like rotting flesh. It has to. Like honestly, think about what it actually is. It would. And then it retracts back into its Pokeball, and then it has like a cooldown cycle on it, like a dishwasher. Like if it's in the middle of the cleaning cycle, you could open it, and like you take a dish out. And it's like kind of clean, but not really. You just rinse it off. You can use it, right? That's probably what the armor is like. It's better, but it's not like clean yet. But I'll still use it. Hey DHT, what's up? We're talking about how how the Guyver, and you know what? I bet we're joking around, but I bet there is like definitive answers to everything we're talking about now. We're talking about how the Guyver armor functions in regards to like how it smells, how it feels. I assume how it tastes, I guess, because he gets bit, right? So I wonder what that tastes like. Welcome to the stream, Guyver biology, Guyver biology day. So the blade will reach about right here. So we actually have, so because the arm, and again we're not making a biology book, so it doesn't really that matter that much. The arm goes out and then comes back. This is head, and then he has his arm up, right? So it does go forward and then back a little bit. This is a shot from the top. So because it goes forward and back, this right here, It should actually probably about right. What about right here? We'll go like that. But then this about right here will probably go like that. So I had rewatched the first episode of the 80s version, of course. I haven't watched the 2005 version. Um I rewatched the first episode kind of recently to kind of refresh myself on it, getting ready for the Patreon drawings. And when he first gets equipped with the armor, he literally says it's going inside of me. Like he literally says that. So, yeah, he's probably getting mouthfuls and buttfuls probably. Oh man, how was I ever sober from this, man? This is so good. It's so good. Oh, it's not. That's just what it did. I mean, it has to. Oh man, like if you're gonna be with it, if you're gonna be with it, you're gonna be with it. You want that armor? It's a small price to pay for having that power. All I gotta say. Just like in Hollywood. No, Exo, what's up? I have both the Twitch and the YouTube chat up, by the way. So if I'm answering people and you're like don't know what's going on, I'm scared to stream on more than two platforms because I'm streaming off my processor and I don't want to overtax it. Exo, what's going on, man? Update me on how you been. What's going on? How caught up are you on your projects, your commissions, and or how much do you have lined up? I haven't decided if this is gonna be a brush pen drawing or if this is going to be multi-liner or if we're not going to use any line art at all. Parsley, you okay? Parsley, you okay? My dog's hacking up over here. Hold on. Okay. Need some water? All right, give me a second. I think my dog needs to get some water. I will read everything you guys type when I come back. But my dog needs, I think she needs some water. She's like coughing. So give me a second. Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Normally, this is where I'll segue into an ad, but I don't have that ready. So just imagine there's an ad playing. BRB. No, never mind. The dog went to go lay down. She's fine. No, she went to lay down. She's fine. Working on more NDA projects. Oh, well, you just fucked up right there. No, 7 people waiting in line for comms. Damn. How absorbent is this? Shikishi board paper. It could hold a lot. I mean, it's not like a Bristol board where you could pour ink on it and it'll be fine. It it will bleed a lot. You have to be very very careful with it. So actually, you could do a lot of layers of ink, but per layer, especially that first one, you do have to be careful because it does bleed a lot. Yeah, go get some rest. I appreciate you stopping by in the YouTube chat, Pixel. Yo, thanks for the raid, Justice. Yo, damn XO, that's hella good though, man. How are you feeling about all that consistent heavy work? Oh, you have a level up coming. You know what? I think we talked about this. I got accepted to level up, but chose not to do it. I felt 500 for a table was a bit much for what that con has to offer. I do kind of regret it. I wish that I had gone through and signed up for it. Not losing any sleep over it. I am missing C2E2 this weekend. Yeah, the wife had a change of schedule in her doctor's appointments, and that always takes priority. So it would land on the day that I fly out, and I can't fly after that because I wouldn't make it. I would have to get there like halfway through the first day, and you know how that goes. It's just like if you're gonna spend all that money, especially in Chicago, it's not cheap. It's just like I'm gonna go there and what not be able to make the most of the con. You know what I mean? So I'm just like just gonna miss it. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Ugh. Yeah, the consistent work is hella nice though. Save money the next. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but like I would have had to invest maybe another 800 on top of, like, if I back out of the, well, not if, now that I'm backing out of the show, hypothetically, if I decide to go, there's about another 800 in overhead I would have to invest from here. And I'm just like, dude, you know how long it's going to take to just make that back at the con. So yes, save the money for the next time around. I will be, not this weekend, next weekend, I will be in San Francisco, the Japantown Mall. They have upstairs next to the bookstore, they have something called the Mini Art Mart. It's basically a little artist alley run by some locals. My buddy, he's been running it for over 10 years, and I got a spot there, and it's during the Cherry Blossom Festival. So there's a hell of people there, and I will have a table there, and I'm really, really looking forward to that show. Basically anything that I don't have to fly to. You miss being able to draw whatever you want, but hey, hella grateful for the opportunities. Yo, look, that's the thing though. It's the thing is, it's better to do it this way where you start off by doing the artwork that maybe, I mean, you're happy to do it because it's better than a normal day job, but it pays well enough so that later on, um you'll have the ability and like the fan base to do your own artwork. If you start off with just doing your own stuff, and Exo in the YouTube or the Twitch chat already knows this, but I'm repeating this for people who maybe don't. Um, that's why I always tell people to do fan art first. If you're stuck, like if you're trying your own stuff and it's not working, I always tell people just try fan art because it doesn't hurt, but then you could build like a bit more eyeballs to your stuff that'll pay the bills and that will give you more freedom later to draw the things that you want. So yeah, EXO, you miss being able to draw what you want now, but the alternative is you're drawing what you want and you're not making any money. you know? Hey, Paul, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. We are working on a Patreon piece right now. Guyver. I don't know. this will this will really date people in the chat, but yeah. Okay, there you go. You've dated yourself. so okay, this is part of my Patreon. So every month I let the patrons choose through polling. They get to vote what the topic of the next set of drawings is going to be. And for over 3 years, I'll have all kinds of different options, usually more popular things or more recent things. But at the bottom, I always have like 5 or 6 options in the voting, and at the bottom I always put Guyver. So for over 3 years, it's just been like stuff Guyver, stuff Guyver, stuff Hamtaro Guyver. So since my birthday is this month, I'm just like, you know what, screw it. So I put all 5 options Guyver. I was like, the live action movie. Um, I actually I actually have it. I haven't watched it. I I haven't watched the 2005 version. I recently refreshed on the 80s version um in preparations for doing the Patreon cards cuz I watched it when I was younger. It was one of the first things that first anime I had watched. My cousins had bootleg VHSs from the Philippines. So they had this and Vampire Hunter D and Bastard and I can't remember what else. Definitely should not have been watching Bastard when I was a kid. Yeah, and it has that like really cheesy dubbing that I really love. So I had recently rewatched the first episode of the 80s one in preparation for this. And I'm still going to watch the rest of them or the rest of the episodes, just not at the moment. And I was like, man, this dubbing is like really like they're really hamming it up, right? And I love it. I'm just like, man, this is so good. Like they're just having a lot of fun with it. So originally I had his traps sitting a little higher because I wanted to have him like bent forward a lot, right? Um, I always try to make a little bit of instruction when we do drawings here, right? But I think it makes him look a little too bulky when I have him when I have the traps that high up because that means he would have to be bent way forward, right? But I like Guyver to look lean, so we're gonna just drop them from up here to down here a little bit because I don't want him to look like too buff. So even though it would make sense because he's leaning over really far, like shrimped over, it would make sense for the traps to be up here. But I want him to look a little leaner, so we're gonna go ahead and just move him down a little bit anyway. Demolition Man. Wait, is there an anime Demolition Man, or are you talking about like the movie? God, that movie's so good, and it's so spot on to what happened to what we got now. I somehow found out about stuff like Guyver and Fist of the North Star retroactively, even though it's pretty obscure now. Well, I mean, it always shows up on those lists of just of like 90s anime aesthetics or old school anime aesthetics. I haven't so I haven't quite decided if we're gonna use multi-liners, a brush pen, or if we're just gonna do this straight Copic, no line art. I think the people who commission me, there's like a certain style that I've drawn in for like years, and I always feel like the people who commission me, that's what they signed up for, right? So, and that's how I feel like for most artists, that's how it should be. If someone commissions you and they're probably commissioning you for the thing that you're most known for. So brush pen work is what I'm most people kind of, because that's the most geez, I'm slurring because my brain is so fried from this past weekend. I hold on. My buddy texts me. He never texts me. It must be important. It's hella not important. He sent me a meme. Never mind. So I'll check it later, dude. Um no, you raid and run. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Before you head out, this goes for anybody in the chat on both the YouTube and the Twitch. If you have like an art Instagram, feel free to share it. Just one link. Just one link. Yeah, so my brush pen work is the stuff that I've been uploading for years. It's a thing that I think most people are kind of familiar with me for, other than the big collage pieces, right? Um, so when people commission me, I just have to assume that's what they want, right? Like imagine if you commission somebody who does a lot of really good hyper realistic art, and then they send you some like weird abstract shit, and you're just like, what the dude? It's not my dog, you know? Like, thank you, Paul. Thank you. I appreciate that. Whoops. Let's open that in a new window. Is that oil or colored pencil? Colored pencil. Okay. I have been playing with many different mediums for the past year, and it's been a lot of fun. Like I've gotten good with Copic markers, but I'll be goddamn if it's pretty boring. It's just the same shit over and over. Okay. So I dis so for example, somebody commissioned me to do a Godzilla, right? But this is so it doesn't look anything like my normal style because I wanted to have some fun with it. And I just wanted to do something I wanted to do something that looked like screen printing just for the sake of having fun with it. Cuz it's whatever. So this is primarily brush pens and then just like three different Copic markers or four if you count the gray in the back. Um but there was this part of me that was just like, is this what they wanted? Or this is what I wanted to do, but is this what they wanted? Like, is this what they hired me for? You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, summer oil. Okay, I thought so. Yeah, the only downside to oil is that is an expensive medium to practice in. And I'm only saying that because majority of my stuff I work with like ink, like India ink, not just regular ink, the cheapest ink. So anytime once I started practicing with oils, I was just like, fuck, this is a hella expensive. Even like the cheapest oils, I'm just like, you know, okay. I'm moving real slow. Let's go ahead and just speed things up just a little bit. So again, I said we want to make him a little lean because he's supposed to look skinnier and less imposing than the other characters. Do you guys like my little galaxy pencil? I got this in a goodie bag out of a little Halloween goodie bag at a convention I was at last October. It also came with a pen. It's supposed to be like a bone, but it looks like a penis. Where is it? Ah, so this is supposed to be a bone, right? It's a bone pen. It was part of that Halloween pack, and I was just like, okay, yeah. Thank you for coming by, Paul. I appreciate it. I got you on Instagram. Thank you for sharing. I don't um I don't make my way out to the world and to conventions a lot anymore, which is my only way of interacting with artists. So I do always ask people who are willing to share their Instagram or art stations or whatever it is that you're on. Back in the day, I would say Deviant Art, but they fired me, so so fuck 'em. Until they start paying me again, and then it's like, yeah, I like 'em. I'm not gonna spread my Deviant Art tea all over here, but I have a love hate relationship with them. By them, I mean I love the people who I was working with at the time, the most awesome people ever. Most of them are like super successful now, and I'm over here anyway. uh, the company itself, but the people I worked with, amazing. Both the PR people, the artists especially. Like I'm sure you know Kasem. He when we were doing the deviant art thing together, super cool dude. Fucking murdering it on the Twitch and the YouTubes. Yeah, I could thankfully say I've never had I've never experienced that feeling of wanting to see my peers fail. What a weird thing to feel. Um I get I'm like everyone else. I get frustrated over my own shit, right? I'm just like, come on, son. Why can't we make certain things work, right? Um, but I get so wrapped up in like my own head, I never fall into that. Uh, man, I wish that artist would fail. Shit, that sounds exhausting, man. Because it's so exhausting already to be so wrapped up in your own head, which I always am. Where I'm just like, come on, man. We're growing gray hairs. Like, are we fucking there yet? I've been having a lot of that lately. The are we there yet? The amount of stuff you got to worry about. You got no time to worry about That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I mean. I'm just like having that in your head sounds so exhausting. That's why I just ask for advice. I don't give a fuck who it is. I'll ask anyone for advice, dude. It's crazy. Like, you know what I'm talking about, EXO? I'll hit you up and ask for advice. You know what I'm saying? Let's just like, I can't imagine just being so. Because it's weird. Because I'm very self centered and up my own ass, and I still am not too proud to ask for help. You know what I mean? So you gotta have something going on up there to be like, okay, ask for help. um, Crazy dude. I remember when I used to smoke 2 packs of Marlboro Reds. Had you by the balls. You're glad you stopped years ago. You have an addictive nature. I have. Okay, sugar is the worst. Sugar's my worst. You could put all kinds of different white powders in front of me, and I've been addicted to most of them. And all I'm saying is sugar will forever be the worst one for me. So I feel you on that one. And I also used to be a heavy smoker, and thankfully, yeah, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, thankfully I'm for the most part sober. But I did just come from a big rave, and my buddy from out of state got me this vape, and it's my favorite flavor. Apparently, they're very hard to come by, and he was able to get me one for my birthday. See, one of these vapes could last me like 4 months because I hit it on low, and it doesn't take a lot anymore. Sugar is the devil. Sugar's the goddamn devil. And the worst part is, see, like smoking, vaping, or like snorting shit, like doing crazy shit, you could just stop, right? You will never, you will never stop being around sugar ever. That's what makes it so dangerous. You could stop buying alcohol, although that's difficult because it's still available everywhere. You cannot escape sugar. You know what I'm saying? Crazy. Yeah, congrats on cleaning up on the smoking. I have on top of being clearly having an addictive personality towards things like nicotine, while I work, I have like an oral fixation while I work. I like to I like to like vape on something. I like to chew gum. I like to or I'll have like a coffee or something on me. I just like to have something, right? Like Han and the Fast and the Furious. And vaping is really good as an artist because like the nicotine will wake you up and it keeps me focused, similar to like chewing gum minus the nicotine. Um unless you're chewing, you know what I mean? But as soon as California banned flavored vapes, that's when I started like going on and off of cigarettes. It's crazy because they're like, "Oh, think of the kids. We're banning these because of the kids." And I'm just like, "Yeah, but what about the adults though? Where the ones who are going to start smoking cigarettes again?" Fuck them goddamn kids. They're going to start smoking cigarettes no matter what. When you first gave up smoking, you were drinking a shit ton of coffee. No joke, because you just like in those down times, you're just like the habit is to like put something in your mouth, right? Like I've recently reduced my carbohydrate intake. I'm not like on a ketogenic diet or anything like that, but I've recently trimmed down on it because I'm getting a little older and I'm having some issues with stuff health wise. And I'm trying to pinpoint what's going on. So with one of the things I'm doing is I've trimmed down my total carbohydrate take intake, and I'm not gonna lie, if I'm eating like meat and a vegetable, like sometimes I'll make ground beef and then like broccoli. I'm eating it and my body's like, "Where's the bread? Where's the bread?" Like, and I bake my own bread. I bake my own bread from scratch, and I'm still which so it's not like horrible. There's no like extra added sugar and stuff. I'm still just like, "Where's that carb, man? It's supposed to be there." And I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm actually like, I've noticed it enough so that I could bring it up here in this conversation. Yeah, food is the great equalizer of addictions. So we have some artists in the chat, correct? What are your guys' like thing? Everyone has a thing. When you're drawing, is it like do you chew on your pencil? Do you like do you vape? You know what I'm saying? Do you need to have like little candies next to you? Because I recently built my wife a new computer, and I built it specifically so she could play games and stream and record at the same time. So it's a pretty stout build. That's aside the point. I'm just really proud of it. Anyway, so while she's recording, she has to be snacking on stuff. She's not even a snacking kind of person, but when she's streaming or when she's playing, streaming, recording, she just has to have something, and she's just like, I don't know what's going on, and I tell her, I'm just like, there's always everyone has something, especially when you're streaming or sitting at a desk and doing some kind of long form work. Mixed nuts. Well, hey, that's good. At least you're getting extra protein in. One of the things that I really have to watch out for is muscle deterioration as I'm entering my 40s. Right now, that is one of my main goals, health wise anyway, to keep track of is avoid as much muscle deterioration as possible. Maybe further down the road, when my health insurance gets a little better or existent, I can get on some TRT, some like proper. I'm talking about like medically prescribed. Not talking about like going to the back of the gym and hitting up that guy. I'm talking about like just to keep me from falling apart. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you need to cut back. Yeah, dude. I don't know what kind of like mixed nuts you have in what it is you're eating, but man, that is an easy way to rack up calories. So is the stream looking okay for everyone? My processor's looking a little spicy right now. I mean, I got this button right here. So my case came with a built-in fan hub, and it's connected to this button on the top of the case. And if I flip the switch, it cranks all the fans up to 100%. So we're gonna go ahead and crank that up right now. Cool the system off a little bit. It looks great. Okay, dude. Oh, you got macadamia nuts, so you fancy. Um, but yeah, every nut is like super high in calories. Used to chew a lot of chewing gum, supposedly helps with focus too. I think that's anything where you're just like it's that oral fixation thing. That's why it helps with focus. That's why vaping helps me. It's my oral fixation too. Eating will do that to me too, but on top of this beats chewing on food because there's also nicotine in it, so it wakes me up. It didn't even bring my temps down. Oh, let me show you this. Before we start coloring, I want to show you this thing that I got. Hopefully, it'll fit on screen. So my brother recently upgraded his computer, and then I was able to get his entire old setup for a couple like $100. Oh, by the way, my brother this weekend, while I was wasting my life partying at Dream State for my birthday, he won another. I think that's 4 times national championship powerlifting. He's a professional powerlifter, 2-time world champion. I think he's 4-time national now. So he qualified for worlds by winning nationals again. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, last year, you guys remember last year I went out to Sheffield That was to go watch him compete. Okay. So I was able to get a hold, and I have to be careful because I don't want to damage. I don't want to damage it. Uh, This was the my brother's old PC is in here. Um, but I'm more interested in the case. It's an old Corsair case, and it's actually really hard to find now, and it's really really pretty, and it's really big, and they don't make cases like this anymore. So I'm gonna make an art project out of that. I'm gonna disassemble it, and it has some white portions. I'm actually gonna spray paint it gray. The motherboard in it, it's much. It's the same gen as mine, but it's just like a better version. It can support more hard drives than mine can, and yeah, I'm gonna make like a damn art project out of that during the summer, and it's gonna be hella fun. Yeah, that case in its default mode. Do I have a theme in mind yet for that case? Yeah, it's gonna. So it has white portions, but majority of it is the frame of it is black, and portions of it are white. I'm actually gonna take it apart, sand down, and paint all the white parts gray, and then I'll have a black and gray case, which they don't make a lot of gray cases. In its current default mode, it could hold six 3.5 spinning drives, um, and that motherboard can support eight total, and I definitely need that. So it's gonna be, and it has three 5.5 or 5 and quarter drive bays or bays on them. So I'm actually gonna be able to install some really because they make some really cool things for the 5 inch bays these days because they're hard to find, but they have a lot of cool accessories. Like they have like screens and stuff that you could put in there. I don't know if I'll put screens, but I've seen an audio deck that you could fit in there. It's like it's a proper one, and it'll just be instead of having it sit on the side, it'll fit in the case, and it just connects via USB-C. And I'm just like, dude, it's like making a custom car. You know what I mean? It's like getting an old hot rod, but installing like a modern CD, not a CD drive, just like a modern stereo in it. Anyway, excited. But that's so far in the future. I have so many more important things to do first. But that is, I think, I'll probably do that late in the summer after AX. So that'll kind of be my reward for getting through the summer of conventions. Exo, you're gonna be at Level Up, right, in Las Vegas? What's the rest of your year looking like convention wise? I know you have a shit ton of projects, but convention wise, what's your year looking like? Hey, what's up? Oh my god, this vape is so good. I got off that wait list for AX. I'm gonna see you there, man. Let me know if you want a hotel split or something, because My buddy who I normally stay with for AX, he moved. Um, so I don't want to burden him by like crashing it with him in his new place with his new buddies and all that stuff. So yeah. Okay, so I think what we're gonna do first. So well, the way the ink behaves on the Shikishi boards is okay. See how he's looking so buff? He's looking really big. I don't like my Guyver to look big, and it's the traps that are making him look really big. Ah, fuck it, we'll just leave it. Um, okay. So the way ink behaves on Shikishi board is the first layer of ink that you put down, it'll actually bleed quite a bit, at least in my experience. So I think we will go with a really, really thin whoop, multi-liner layer just to, get the shape down. And then when we go over it with the alcohol ink, the Copics, that'll actually kind of bleed over these and it'll kind of muddle it. And then we'll go over the top at the very end with a black brush pen. And that's what we'll add in all the spot blacks and stuff. Ah, yeah. Well, I'm just looking for a place to like lay my head and sleep on the floor. But like, oh, Thrasher, my bad, I didn't see you in the chat like 3 hours ago. Um, but yeah, dude, it's not a big deal. If you want to ask, that's cool. If you don't want to ask them, that's totally cool too. Because like, if you guys have something already locked down, don't overcomplicate it. If you guys already have it figured out, like, all right, I'm gonna show up on this day, we're gonna split. You get here, I get there. If you have it figured out, don't complicate it. Just be like, we're done, right? I haven't been streaming in a while, so that's why. Okay, so we're gonna do a quick, kind of lazy, um, line line art pass. Well, I changed my mind. We're not gonna use the brush pen. Okay, so that was a point three, and you see how fat it is already. I'm gonna go down to a point one and see what happens. I think that'll probably be better. Wait, this is a one, not a point one. Where's my point ones? There it is. But overall, I've been good. Excuse me, I've been well. Been very, very tired. Just kind of working on my own art. I have pretty much stopped. Oh my god, I'm slurring so bad. My brain is so fried. Um, I have not posted on social media for a while. Um, and nothing in my life has changed in regards to my art. Like it hasn't affected the amount of clients that I have or haven't gotten. It hasn't changed the amount of online sales that I get. It hasn't changed the Infinity Sketchbook. It hasn't changed anything. So I just I'm not posting on social anymore because I just realized I'm not getting anything back for the time I've invested into it. Ain't that a bitch? How's the wifey lately? She's doing well. Um, she's asleep right now. uh, she is getting really jacked because she's a gym rat now. Like it started out. Okay, we've been together for like almost a decade, right? And yeah, we've been together for almost a decade now, and she was just I could just kind of never get her in the gym because I was a huge gym rat even when she and I met. Um, but that's fine. It wasn't her jam. But after her treatment, she came out of that. She came out of those treatments like a Holocaust victim, man. Just like bones, like knee bones clanking against each other, kind of thing. And I guess feeling that level of like weakness, it really got her wanting to like get stronger. Plus, the doctor basically told me that I have to be in charge of her physical therapy. So I got her in the gym and used my decades of knowledge to basically rebuild her. And now she's like a gym rat. She's fucking addicted. She There was a while where she was getting 100 grams of protein in supplements a day, but then it was like too much dairy, so it was like hurting her stomach. So I said, "You need to back the fuck off this shit." Anyway, yeah. So, so she's doing well. Yeah, she's really good. She's really good at taking direction in the gym. Because when I train myself or my friends or her, anytime somebody asks me for gym advice, because I've been in there for a long time. Um, I always emphasize safety because as somebody who has injured himself in the gym a lot, the most important thing is that you able to go back into the gym every single day or at least every single scheduled session. You don't want to miss a session because you got hurt, right? Um, Leon, thank you for the follow. My bad, I just saw that right now. So she's very good at taking direction, and which is really cool because I have some friends who have wanted to work out with me in the gym, and they want me to not coach, but like they want my help, and they just don't listen. It's like, yeah, that seems a little heavy. You might want to back up. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Hurt themselves. Oh, I can't come in, and then they just stop coming. What type of pens am I using? I am using Copic multi-liners right now. I'm actually using a 0.1 Copic multi-liner. I like Copic multi-liners, but they are not refillable. So I actually never recommend them to people. But to be fair, I think if you're able to remove the rear here, then you could probably refill it. But you'd have to like it's hard to grab like when you have a Sakura multi-liner, it's like it's like it's a cylinder. So you can grab it with like pliers, pop it open and refill it. But it's like Copic intentionally made this like difficult open by rounding it. A company would never intentionally make it so you can't open your product to refill it, right? Oh, the last time you saw her was on my story ringing that bell. Okay. Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was at the they do this at a lot of different cancer treatment centers where it's like when you if you have gotten through particularly chemo is when they do it, but I think all treatments in general. But I know specifically chemo centers have it. When you get through your treatments, they have you ring a bell and everyone comes out and like claps and stuff. It's 20 minutes away. A deal breaker for me? You're talking about for Anime Expo, EXO? No. I used to go to Anaheim. I actually have some buddies in Anaheim that they just moved there and I totally forgot. Yeah. But anyway, Anaheim is much further than 20 minutes. Normally for AX, I'm driving like 40 minutes away. You'll never get back into that con. Don't feel bad. I didn't even make it in this year. I got off the wait list. Like I didn't get in the initial run this year. So I got in fair and square 16, 17, 18, right? Before it like really before Artist Alley became like really popular. And then up until 2023, I was in exhibitor hall because I was too scared to gamble on the Artist Alley. No, it's just me. Exo, I snore. I super snore. And that is a deal breaker for a lot of people. So you have to mention that. It won't offend me. I'd actually rather tell people about the snoring than them be surprised. I once room split. I once room split with a bunch of people, and the person who's in charge of the room was who I talked to, and I told them I snore, and they're like, "No, it should be fine." I'm like, "No, it's really loud. Like it's really loud." I'm like, "No, it's fine." And then they didn't bother telling the other people, and it ended up bothering them. Like some of them had trouble sleeping, and I'm just like, "This is bad, man. Like this is bad on me," and I made life harder on other people, and it's just like, yeah, I had a good run for 5 years. You know what the problem is? Is there's too many people applying to all shows now. Now everybody, if you look at everybody's convention schedules, everyone kind of has some shows, but nobody has enough shows to make it their living anymore because so many people are applying. I can't remember if you said you were at KawaiiCon or not. I can't remember if that was last year or if that was this year where you're like, I didn't get in, which is some bullshit. Oh, we're gonna open it up all we're gonna crank this thing up to powerful mode. It glows red when you do that. Damn. Let's not do that again. That was last year. So you had a quiet con table this year, is what you're saying? Okay. I mean, I ain't one to gossip, but we're already here on stream, right? So whatever. Um, I saw that video that was going around uh of what happened at KawaiiCon, that artist fainting, and I was just like, what the fuck is wrong with everyone, man? Like, I'm just like, that's wild. You're lucky you didn't get kicked out of the con. Not you, I'm talking about that person. I'm just like, dude, you broke the rules. You're so lucky that they let you swap your table. And then you're gonna be like, oh, give me my money back. I'm just like, bitch. I'm like, anyway, um, like I've met that artist in person before, right? And she seems like a cool person. Um, but my first interaction with that person, I brought it up here on stream before. Exo, you might remember this. Remember, it was at a 626 night market in Southern California, and it was like 108, 110 degrees outside, and it's a night market, so I mean, California summer, the daylight goes into like late in the day, and everyone was at their booth and they had their canopies. I was out there doing a live drawing in the sun because I get down like that, right? And my feet were burnt because of the ground. Oh, anyway, so I was like drenched in sweat. And remember, Exo, I had brought it up where I was just like, all right, so this artist came by and was like almost crying and complaining because she's saying that her business was going too well. She doesn't know how to handle it. And I was just like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. But I didn't say that because it was hot and I was tired and I was too busy, drawing. And Exo, I don't, do you remember that? That's that person, man. I swear to God. I swear to, that's that person, man. I'm telling you. That's that's the one, man. I'm telling you. Remember that? Anyway, that's all you gotta know, man. So you remember that shit? I was just like, I was just like, man, I'm out in this heat right now. I lost like 10 pounds from sweat that weekend drawing in the heat. I didn't even sell the piece. I didn't get paid for the project to go out there and draw. Oh wait, no, I did. No, the night market paid me. My bad. I don't mean like the night market skimped out on paying me. I thought sometimes when I do a live drawing for the 626 night market, sometimes I sign up where I do it as just like a show piece. Sometimes they do it as a paid gig. So that's what I meant. I didn't mean they skimped out on paying me, but I think that was a paid job. But I ended up not selling that thing that I drew anyway. So anyway, I was out there doing work and she came up to me. Oh, my business. I have nowhere to put all this money. Anyway, thank God nobody watches my streams and clips this and puts it online. No, but I mean, outside of that, she seems like a cool person, like outside of the art and business stuff. She was a cool person to talk to, right? However, I've known quite a few people over my decade of being in the game where as they got bigger, it got to their head. And I haven't talked to her since, but if she was like that then, I could imagine what it's like now. So, anyway, I just it's not my issue with that video is not specifically a her thing. It's just like a this is what it is now. these are the artists that we deal with now. Like that's who's in here. You guys know how I feel about like how soft everyone is now. Chris, I remember in your old videos you talked about standing at the table the whole time because you think it helps, engage with customers. Yeah, I do think so. Maybe, I'm really fat and it's hard for me to stand. I'm like, well, you can get a pad or maybe lose some weight. Are you fat shaming me? Like, I didn't make that up. That's a conversation I've had with someone. Like, hey, anime, Jane, what's going on? It is Guyver, yes. Anyway, I just like sometimes I'm just like, this is crazy, dude. Like, am I taking crazy pills? Like, am I the asshole? Sometimes I'm just like, anyway, I'm so glad that a lot of artists see it the way I see it. Because sometimes I feel like I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm doing well. I hope you're doing all right. How's everything going? What's everyone working on, by the way? Yeah, so this is actually for the Patreon. We're gonna I'm gonna try not to waste too much time adding line weight right now because once I go over it with the Copic markers, a lot of the line art is gonna get like blotchy anyway because like the alcohol ink bleeds on this Shikishi board quite a bit, so it'll actually wash out the blacks of the line art. So there's really no point in doing extra line weight now. You should just put a thin layer down, do the colors, and then when it all is all muddy, you go back over it with probably a bit of a bigger multi-liner, and then we'll add in the line weight after that. How many people wilt in the sun, used to train in summer, heat with gear, everything on, speeches and cream now, tackle football back in the day. Don't procrastinate, Exo. If you procrastinate, you know what happens? Back, back at doing nothing but the 9 to 5 and fucking Harry Potter ass office, man. You don't want that. You got out. You got out the ghetto. Don't go back. There's no such thing as magic. You're gonna deal with that again? Unless you're caught up on your work. I mean, like, unless you're not caught up on it, let me rephrase that. Unless you're on schedule already, then fuck it. If you're on schedule, then you're fine. Goof off. I'm just kidding. I'm the last person who should be taking business advice from. Art advice. I'm for you all there all day. Business advice, I'm the wrong one. Uh, that training still holds up because you've been through shit. Uh, you're still in that closet. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, okay, Harry. Harry had a bunch of spells, right? And he was still had to he has still had to live with them, but he had the spells. That's where you are. What's funny is people who are really good at dealing with other people money aren't good at dealing with their own money. Oh, it's like the artists who sell how to be an artist but don't really. Oh, it's the artists who are, how do you say it? It's the artists who are selling on how to be an artist but not how to actually make art. So when I this weekend my friends took me to San Francisco for my birthday. We went to a music festival, but while we were waiting for the festival to start, we um we were playing Magic. I Because I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player back in the day, and I had learned how to play Magic like a decade ago, and I just totally forgot. It wasn't something that I continuously played. So they brought decks plural with them and retaught me, and I'm just like, shit, this is so good. Anyway, I'm going to a Magic the Gathering convention in June in Las Vegas. MagicCon, yeah. That escalated really fast. No, I was scheduled to go to that. Not like as an artist. I'm just gonna go. It's gonna be a business expense though, because they have a lot of the artists for Magic. They're gonna be there, so I'm actually gonna go pick their brains. Therefore, this whole thing is a business trip. Therefore, tax deductible. All right, so when working on a Shikishi board, you do want to be careful if you're using a really thin multi-liner like this zero point 0.1. Sometimes it gets stuck in the material. I've noticed some boards are more porous than others. Thankfully, this one's pretty smooth, so it's not really catching. But I've had situations where my multi-liner would catch. Okay, I appreciate that. I will open up Discord right now, and that way I don't forget to check it when we're off stream. Yes, and some of them you could really get the pens stuck in the fibers. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're smoother. Have you noticed that? Like some of them like you could really feel like it. You know what I mean? Like you could really feel like the space in between them. But sometimes it's like totally smooth. Like this one's really smooth. Is the Guyver a commission? No, this is for a Patreon. I have I have two tiers, well technically three tiers of Patreon, but one of them doesn't count because it's just like the normal $1 thank you tier. But one of them is like a $10 little ink sketch, like a quick sketch. And then I have one that is like a Shikishi board high end, and this is the high end one. Magic is hella alive, dude. Magic is so good. Like we were playing up until the point where we had to get ready to go to the music festival, and there was this part of me that was just like, man, fuck that festival. Let's just stay in the hotel room and play Magic all day. Let's just do this. What are we doing here? That's that addictive personality that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, trading cards in general are one of my addictive things because I used to be a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, and I had to put it down. I was just like, I can't. I obsess too much over this. So I'm not actually buying my own Magic deck. I'm just using the deck that my friend is gonna make for me. Because I told him like I can't make my own because once I do that, I'm gonna fall too deep into this habit again. And it's gonna be bad. I haven't watched him play because I know he has a whole channel just for Magic, right? I have not watched it. Like I said, it was just this past weekend did I get back into it because I learned how to play it like a decade ago, but then I went like hardcore full in on Yu-Gi-Oh instead. But my friends still play Magic. They actually still play Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic. Um, yeah, all Shikishi boards are built different. Yeah. He has a channel for Magic. You've been watching it a lot. You know the cool thing about Magic is because I'm only comparing it to Yu-Gi-Oh. You could build a functioning Magic deck for like $50. You cannot do that with Yu-Gi-Oh. You could build like with Yu-Gi-Oh. You could build a technically functioning main deck, but you want that extra deck. You want some of those cards that are going to make the deck actually like survive against other decks. You're gonna be putting in some money. Another thing is, I know he has a channel for Magic, but I totally forgot about it. But now that you've brought it up, bet I'm not gonna have that playing in the background while I work tonight. Bet I'm not. God damn it! Now look what you did. Thank you for reminding me. You're scared to get into. Don't do it. Don't do it. Appreciate it from afar. Appreciate it from afar. It's not just the money because like I said, if you get into Magic, which is the best one, you can get a functioning deck for like if you have 100 to spend, you can build yourself a good deck, right? And then you're good for a while. It's the time because you build a deck and then you'll play at locals. So I mean that's you'll drive to locals unless you're gonna do like online play, right? Where you guys have cameras pointing at your tables or whatever. But like you go to your locals, that's a whole afternoon slash night, on a Friday Night Magic. And then you're like, okay, well, I've learned some stuff about my deck. I'm going to tweak it. So just a little bit more money goes in, and then you're going to tweak it. But how are you going to test it? Got to go back to locals the next week. That's assuming you have the discipline to only go on the weekends. And it's not just the money, more it's the time. Because to get a deck to work, you really got to hammer at it. Oh, VTubers are starting their own TCG. Were you doing any artwork for that? Or I think you were just doing some fan art. Not the cleanest line I've ever done. I mean, made. Definitely not the cleanest line I've ever done. Hey, Ross in the YouTube chat. What's up? We are streaming on YouTube and Twitch, by the way. I'm scared to launch off into onto Kick because I don't want to overtax my CPU because that thing's too valuable to my workload. Back when we were working on that big Pokemon project, and I was rocking that 4070 Ti Super, we were streaming on Twitch, Kick, Rumble, Trovo, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and recording at the same time. Oh, those were the good days. Can't swing that these days. He cracked open a particular deck, cost him about 1,200 to open them all, doubled his money by the end of the video. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, my buddy has a $1,500 deck. So he says, I don't know anything in there, so I can't verify, but I mean, he's one of those guys who's just been playing nonstop like his whole life. He's just gradually like over the fucking decades, he's just been playing. Exo, to be fair, Exo, you for your needs as a digital artist, your needs are actually not as demanding as you think it might be. So anytime you read reviews on like a PC, unless you're gonna go like unless you're gonna go Apple, but like when you read reviews, it's always gamers who are just like, "Oh, fuck this system. I could only get 120 FPS in whatever, right? Um, so when you go shopping, or if you decide to build your own, um, yeah, dude, like I don't know how well versed you are, but like the things that you're looking for your workload are nothing like what gamers need, and you can get by with a lot less than people will make it seem like. Oh, PC's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. But thankfully, like I was saying, but you know what? The only thing that's really getting bad are graphics cards. Like CPUs are CPUs are not that bad, you know. Um, Motherboards, dude, especially Exo. You make your way down to Southern California quite often. You hit up a micro center, and they have crazy bundles there, and thankfully us as just illustrators or mild video editors, we don't need anywhere near what people make you think you need. Not at all. Yeah, I always cap my games at 60 because my monitor only goes to 60 hertz. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're okay at playing at, oh God forbid, at 30, but like let's say even at 60, okay? So like we're talking about like using like your computer specs that you need as an artist, as a digital illustrator, right? Will always be less than what gamers need. So, but I'll let you know this. If you're playing a game and you're content at like 60 FPS, you can get like a 3060 12 gig and you're fine. You're done. Like I swear to God, like that will play like everything at like 60, maybe 50. you know, if you're okay at 30, oh, it'll play everything. And that, yeah. Do you know I had the opportunity to get a 5070 Ti, a it was the MSI Inspire model. I think it was eight high 800s, right? Which is it's just their actual price, and I didn't do it because I have a couple of video editor colleagues who are on 50 series cards right now, and they're having that flickering issue. And I know that that could be solved by mixing and matching certain monitors, but I'm just like, what the fuck? We're not supposed to be dealing with that with NVIDIA stuff. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I had the chance to get one, and the MSI Inspire is my favorite looking of the 50 series cards, and I didn't do it because I was just like, I don't want to deal with this until like you guys sort this shit out. So as an illustrator, the only thing you really need is a super strong, not even super strong. You just need a good processor and a bunch of RAM. You don't even need fast RAM. You could I'm DDR4 right now, and you've seen the files that we work on when we stream, like that the Pokemon file. You know that Pokemon file takes 90. Like I use up 90 gigs of RAM just to run that thing, right? But like everything else is smooth as butter. You know what I mean? Like so for our needs as digital artists, um, a good processor and a lot of RAM, and you could just get a basic ass motherboard, and you're fucking done. Like honestly, you only need a card. The only thing you need for your graphics card to be able to do is if you are um video editing or you're live streaming or recording, you want to keep in mind like you don't want to get a card that has like shitty encoders, so you probably want to avoid AMD. That's why I said the 3060 12 gig model. You can buy that thing for like 200 something bucks now on eBay used. And in like DaVinci Resolve, that 12 gigs will take you all the way. That 12 gigs will take you 4K editing, dude. Buy an AM4 bundle from Micro Center for like 250 bucks. That's CPU, RAM, motherboard. Buy a 3060 on eBay. Buy like a Montec case for like $60. You know, buy like a 650. watt power supply for like $50. Slap it together, you're done. That's it. You're done, Exo. Save up for that. 90 gigs 90 gigs of RAM. Oh no, I'm not talking about the file size of the Pokemon. The file size of those are only like 2.5 gigs. But I'm talking about like when you're working, that's how much resources it uses. It's fascinating to me when I see like on Reddit, because I'm on PC Master Race on Reddit. Um so I see these crazy builds and I'm just like, these builds, because all they do with it is play games. And I'm just like, this is so like overspec. Like like one of the funniest things to me is when somebody pays like 4 or 5 grand for a 5090 and all they do with it is play games. I'm just like, that's crazy, dude. You do know what a 5090 can fucking do? You know what I mean? Like for the needs of a digital illustrator, I'd argue I could probably come up with a list that's under 1,000 bucks. I could come up with a build that's under 1,000. That would do everything that a digital artist who's working primarily in Photoshop, Clip Studio Paint, Paint Tool Sai, maybe doing some Premiere Pro or DaVinci Resolve editing. Dude, if you got 3K, you make fucking beast at 3K. So Exo, I'm just gonna just give my opinion right now. Are you a DaVinci Resolve or a Premiere Pro kind of person? Because if you are working in DaVinci Resolve, you are going to need a better graphics card because it is very GPU bound. If you are more of a Premiere Pro kind of person, that program is almost completely processor bound. And I think for digital illustrators, it makes more sense to work in Premiere Pro because when you work in Clip Studio Paint, when you work in Photoshop, um, when you work in Rebel and ZBrush, you are completely CPU bound. So if you are putting all of your money into like a high end processor, you'll be able to use that processor for all your editing, all your drawings. But if you sorry, I had to turn off my music so I can make this point right here. But if you work in DaVinci Resolve, you're going to need a really powerful processor to work in Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint and all that stuff. And then you're also going to need a powerful graphics card to work in DaVinci Resolve. Does that make sense? So to me, it makes more sense for digital illustrators who are both editing time lapses or streaming um, to work in Premiere Pro because then you can be all, oh, you want to get into 3D modeling? Use Clip Studio. You know what's funny about Clip Studio? Clip Studio does have a 3D modeler in it. Have you used that? The little figure, the the little doll in there. That thing is a full 3D model. It is completely CPU bound. That thing is crazy. Like, yeah. Um, which is weird. Like you think it would, be graphics accelerated or something, but it's not. So in my opinion, because graphics cards are so expensive these days, I think it makes so much more sense for people who are professional illustrators, because you're primarily going to be a digital illustrator, which means that all your tasks are going to need a much more powerful CPU. You're going to need a much more powerful processor above everything else. So, like I have a 5950X right now, which will carry me unless I burn it out or something. That should carry me honestly for like minimum 5 years. Okay, 5 years from now. But our workload as digital artists doesn't change. Like for people who play games, the demand for graphics on games like gets really harsher every year. Our workload in Photoshop is going to be the same in like 5 years as it is today, as it was like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So that's kind of cool. That whole, what I like about these high school girls, you know what I mean? I get older, they say the same age. It's kind of like that thing where it's just like all the technology is going to get better, but our workload as digital artists, like the demand for like the resource demand for our work kind of is going to stay the same. It's going to stay low, you know? Like what they have now, mid-range processors can handle like the kind of work that we do. Um, but if you want to get into 3D modeling, you're going to need an Nvidia card. And that's where all your money's going to go. Talking about you're going to fuck around in Blender? So so when you're in the process of building, well, I guess it would depend on which 3D modeling program you're gonna use. You could always find the ones that are more CPU bound, which would make more. So like that's the thing. When you're shopping for a computer, you could also think about the programs that you're going to be using, and then think about try and find the programs that will be almost completely CPU bound. That way, because CPUs are just so dirt cheap compared to graphics cards, right? And you need a strong CPU for the digital art programs anyway. So, you know, use Premiere Pro instead. Maybe if there's an alternative to Blender, maybe ZBrush. I don't know if people still use ZBrush. That's how old I am. But like, yeah, when you're deciding on what computer to buy or what parts to get, think about what programs you're going to use too, because you could probably get by on like, I swear to God, you could probably get like a 1660 Super for like $100, and you could jack up everything else in your system and you'll be fine. You see a lot of these builds online where they're like, this whole setup cost me like $4,000. Like, yeah, because they spent like $400 on fans and like $900 on a GPU because they want to play games and get like neon cancer, right? You can get some Arctic P12s, a pack of six of them for like $30. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm talking about, dude. So for your needs as an illustrator, dude, don't be afraid. You're gonna be able to build something super sweet, even after the tariffs, after everything. You'll be able to build something super sweet for nowhere near what you think it's going to cost. But it's pretty sick to have a dope graphics card, though. I'm just saying. I had a 7900 XTX for a while. Oh man, that thing was sick. Your PC is like 7 years, 8 years old. Okay. Well, I mean, like there is also always the possibility that you could just upgrade your current one. There's always the I mean, I don't know what you got, but there is always the chance that you're on a platform where you could just drop in a new processor and like drop in more RAM and then like you're done. Like it could be that simple. You may because think about it, your current system is getting you by with what you're doing. Yeah, your current system, though 7 or 8 years old, is getting you by on what what your current workload is, right? So would you not argue that like since you're already getting by, if you just find out again, I don't know what your system is, you find out what, you know, what your processor is, and you just find like the highest end of that current generation and you just drop that in there, that could keep you covered for like years. You think you're good on RAM. It's 128 or bust. That's how I am. 6th gen. So I had an i7 47, no, what was it? 47 74 40K. Hold on. Yeah, an i7 4770K. Um and that's what I had before I built my COVID computer. And that was what I did the original Pokemon drawing on, not the original, the upgraded Pokemon drawing on. So you have a 6th gen. Oh, Intel and your numbers. Was it 1151? The 1070 is old, but again, is there anything that you haven't been able to do? That's the question. Is just like, is there anything that you haven't been able to do? Because again, when you go online and you look at stuff, it's just kind of like, well, in your case, yeah, in your case, you probably want to upgrade the whole thing. Yeah, but like, yeah. So I'm just gonna tell you now. This is pre, this is this is pre, um, price price jacking, um, of recent computer prices. But last year when I built my wife's computer, I built it on an AM4 platform, which is like the last generation stuff. Now, if you talk to gamers, they're going to tell you that's a fool's move. Don't do that, right? But for those in the chat, I got a 5700 X3D with a B55 board and 64 gigs of RAM for under $300. That's a pretty sweet deal in my opinion. And it's my wife doesn't like the idea of opening up the system and dropping in upgrades. So it was essentially like buying a pre building a pre-built for my wife, right? Because I'm sure with you, Exo, you want to get something and you don't want to fucking open it up. You know what I mean? Like you let me guess. You don't want to yeah, noon, exactly. Don't fall victim to consumerism and all that shit like me. So so that's the thing though. You say the thing that you can't do is video edit, right? What are you using right now to video edit? Do you have Windows Movie Maker? I'm assuming because you're saying it's a pretty old computer. I it wouldn't be out of the range of realism to say Filmora. Okay. Um Yo, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Holy shit. Thank you. Yeah, now while DaVinci Resolve, there's a free version of DaVinci Resolve. It actually behaves differently than the paid version of DaVinci Resolve. So like you can the mistake that a lot of people make is they'll get DaVinci Resolve a free version and then they'll get like a crazy graphics card like a 4080, right? Or higher. And then they wonder why their performance has it like it's good, it could handle everything, but it's not like amazing. That's because the paid version of DaVinci Resolve will actually perform better. You're almost it's almost like intentionally not bottleneck, that's not the right. It's like intentionally like holding you back to use the free version of DaVinci Resolve. So like that's why and it's very graphics card heavy. So that's why I say Premiere Pro is where it's going to be at. I'm not familiar with that program that you listed. Okay, but the downside of Premiere Pro, okay, and I don't know about modern Premiere Pro because I'm using CS6, right? Um, is it could only do 12 hours at a time. DaVinci Resolve, you could slap like fucking 40 hours on the timeline. Is it 40? I can't remember, but that timeline can go hella long. I know it can go over 24 for a fact because I've done it. Um, anyway, wow, we are moving super slow because I'm enjoying this talk. No, the free version of Resolve is like you'd be super happy with the free version of Resolve. But my point is, if you get the free version of Resolve, I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb when somebody gets the free version of Resolve and then combines it with like a 4090. I'm just like, you're better off getting the paid version of Resolve and then getting like a 4070 Ti which ultimately will still come out cheaper than the other combo, and I think it will get better performance just because of the way like they have different drivers for the paid version. I'm talking about people who are like pro editing kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Exo. Uh, yeah, based on what you want to do, I could slap together and like a starting point of where you could look of things to look for, and I'll just message it to you. It's not like yeah, it wouldn't be like gospel, just like a starting point. So when you're shopping around, because I know you don't want to build your own, so at least you can kind of look around and find something a pre-built that kind of fits more into your specific needs. Because you understand, majority of pre-builts are aimed at people who want a game, and you're gonna end up paying for a lot of things that you're just not gonna fucking use. So, anyway, my point is, Exo, you're gonna be all right. It's not as bad as you think it's gonna be. I'm gonna get a picture of this really quick. Oh my god, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, I have to feed my dog. It's 10 o'clock over here. Shit. Oh man. I don't want to end the stream, but I have to take care of my dog. God damn it. We're on a roll. All right, we're gonna hang out for a couple of minutes. Um, okay. Uh, I, you know what? No, we're not gonna end the stream. I'm gonna pause my recording right now because I'm streaming and recording right now. I'm gonna pause it. We're gonna come back whenever I'll probably hop. We're gonna have this screen up. Hold on. We're gonna have this screen up. We're gonna leave the stream running. Okay. And then when I come back, I'll just let you know when I'm back. But we'll keep the stream going because I don't want to end it. So if you guys want to lurk while I take care of the dog, that'd be sweet. I appreciate it. But I do gotta take care of my little baby here. All right. But yeah. Okay. Gonna take care of the dog. BRB. I used to have a thing that said stream will resume soon instead of stream starts soon. I gotta switch that back. All right, I will be back. Okay, we're back. The dog has been fed. So, what did I miss in the chat? Still need one more semester of college. All right, Exo. I will definitely. So, I mean, we don't need to get too into it, but like, how's that affecting your production? Because you have like merchandise. I have like paper, and even my stuff's probably going to go up. But I'm just thankful that I've ordered in huge bulk, and I could do a convention. I could probably do a convention like literally every weekend for the rest of the year. And if I just did mildly okay, probably would barely run out of stuff at the end of the year. I don't have to restock because I only have paper prints, right? I wouldn't have to restock anything for like fuck it ever, dude. Why is my headset dying? Why is my headset going to sleep? Or am I just going deaf? No, I'm just going deaf. Never mind. Oh my god, are you serious? No fucking way. I mean, they gave you an estimate and then they're not going to honor the estimate? Or did you have it like in your cart? I wonder how that's going to affect the artist alley because okay, we've been talking about this so much, but like a majority of what's in the artist alley are it's basically a big Alibaba Express uh like flea market at this point, you know what I mean? Um Everything's going up for everybody, especially the ones with doing like drop shipping enamel. You know what I'm talking about? Like I wonder how that's going to affect the overall pricing or like I guess content within the artist alley. Think artist alley's going to suffer? No, 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 no. Y'all going to suffer. I'm going to be all right. I'm just kidding. Uh no, it's going to the ones who are really going to have a hard time are going to be the ones who are like we said producing the mass amounts of charms and yeah, basically anyone who's having stuff mass produced overseas. I can't imagine what that's going to do to your business, man. That's crazy. Yeah, noon. I'm not expecting a big turnout on any of these bigger shows. I mean, it's going to be good, right? No matter what. It's still going to be good, but it's not going to be like banging like it normally is. But I do think that attendance wise will probably take a bit of a hit, but I think people who show up are still going to spend because it's escapism. People will spend during that. So, a majority of the merch that you get, is that mainly moved at conventions, in person events, or do you do a lot of online movement for like your shirts, for example? Everything's hard to make in the US, man. We're gonna get into figures. Were you still gonna do that? Weren't you talking about getting into figurines, like 3D printed figures? Yeah, just take on the work to design the figure and then let them worry about production. I believe I based this on the I think this is based on the live action version. Hold on, I could pull up the episode right now and see if because I kind of have different references pulled up right now. This is based on a figure that I have pulled up. I think that figure is based on the live action movie, but I have the show pulled up. Let me get to the episode. It should only be 12 episodes. Yes, when all these production prices skyrocket, the reign of print 2D artists will return. Go fuck yourselves. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, like I had mentioned, I just rewatched the first episode in preparation for doing the Guyver um Patreon stuff. Good old good old fashioned violence. We don't get it like that anymore. Okay, so we don't want to do 3/4 top down lighting because that's pretty boring. We can do uh bottom up lighting, you know. I think that's just more interesting to look at. Pretty sinister vibe. Yeah. Okay, so the ink will be very interesting to whoops. I missed some spots. The ink will be pretty interesting to deal with. See how it bleeds. I haven't put ink on a Shikishi board in a few months, so we'll see if I can still remember how to do this. I wonder if this is going to be too dark. Because I actually think I'm just going to be using one color and then white. So I think we'll go with this. Oh, that's too light though. We want like an intense light from the bottom, so we do want it to be a bit darker, like a stronger shadow. Far too dark. Okay. So we would bleed into it. Damn, I thought I just filled this up. What happened? Do you work light to dark? No, I like to go dark to light. When it comes to specifically alcohol markers, more specifically Copic markers, I like to start with the shadows because I find it easier to blend upwards from the dark into light. It's a little tricky on this Shikishi board, but even on Bristol board, which is my preferred paper when working with alcohol markers, um, I always start with finding the shadows first. Now, we're not gonna do from bottom up. We're gonna do the normal 3/4 lighting. What are you guys talking about? Oh, interesting. Side right into the mic. I'll let me take a look. What's wrong with those designs? And people complain about everything, man. Big wings are a thing, huh? Also, at this point, like every like design language has been used on on Gundams, correct? To some degree. Hmm. Are you making new prints for upcoming shows? No, I don't think so. I could always bring some of my old ones out. You know that they did a survey in Japan about why people like the aerial rebuild more than the base. Most voted answer was feels more like a Gundam. They would know. Yes, I said they. Those people. Yeah, so Thrasher, in regards to like, am I gonna make new collage pieces? Yeah, the straight answer to that is just no. Hatsuki, what's up? Well, the reason I'm not gonna make any more collages in the foreseeable future is it's just kind of not worth it. Yeah, so if you want to know the story behind this, because this is for my Patreon. So every month my patrons get to I put up a poll and I pick five, sometimes six, different options where they can vote for what the next topic for that month's sketch is going to be. And for the over 3 years, because that's how long my Patreon's been going on now. For over 3 years, I will always have like option, 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 usually of like more popular or recent things. So four or five options. And at the very bottom, Guyver. Ba 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 ba. Guyver. Ba ba ba. Guyver. So I was just, you know what? It's my birthday month. We've waited long enough. So I just made all five options. It's like, now what are you guys gonna do? I haven't watched the '05 version. I'm not against it. I just never got around to it. The original, yeah. Yeah, it's also been a while. I'm gonna have to. I'm actually gonna rewatch it. Um, I've only gone through the first episode to refresh and prepare for the Patreon. Uh, but yeah, I will. I will rewatch it and I will see if memory is correct about what happens. You think that would be one of the shows? You think that would be one of the properties that they would remake? I mean, they seem like they're in the market to mine late '90s and early, well, just 2000s, the O's, right? They everything in that range seems to be free game right now for remakes. A 2 decades later. Well, well, I would appreciate that, like, very much. I think we're all kind of right there, right? Not Exo though. Exo's part of the 1% now. He's like, hell no. You know who says that? One percenters. Oh yeah, I remember. You know what? That's another one of those ones where it's been so long, I don't remember what happens in it. Same thing with like Escaflowne. Gene Starwind. Oh really? Those who hunt elves. So thankfully this whole thing is just, well, I was gonna say two colors, but there is gonna be but you know what? The like the underside part is it's like a purple. We should do that first, since the green has to go kind of on top of it. But no, I haven't heard of that one. Oh yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho though. Yeah, earlier we were talking about what you think the the Guyver suit, like, okay, I was talking about how I'm pretty sure that the suit is like, if you were to like put your hand on it, I was like, it's probably like really moist like all the time. It's probably like gross, right? And then we got to talking about what do you think it smells like, and I was like, it probably stinks. It probably smells okay, like when it comes out of its little Pokeball, but then it probably starts to stink a little bit more because you saw like steam comes off of it, like a Titan. It probably starts to stink as you use it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just constantly moist though. Yeah, since most of this sits under the armor, most of it will be in the darker shade. But yeah, it's probably a good idea that we do this first since it sits underneath, and the ink will kind of bleed as we work it in. And if it does end up bleeding over the purple, the green, it'll be okay because yeah. No, he doesn't. Again, we're talking about. So I did rewatch the first episode really recently, and some of the word like the what he says when it first equips to him, he says it's going inside of me. So we were thinking definitely goes in like through his mouth, but probably up his butt too, is what we were thinking. So I don't think there's any time to put on baby powder, if that's what you're thinking. That was his words when it was happening. Yeah, probably all of them. Made me wince just thinking about it, but yeah, probably all of them. Oh, that's right. You don't have to get ready if you stay ready. So he just has baby powder on all the time, you're saying. I don't know how many of you are like getting to your 40s, but I mean, that's not even funny. That's just like what you have to do. I don't recall. It's been so long. Again, I will be catching up on it I imagine it uses some type of resource. How many of these Patreon pieces do I have left to do? A lot, but not Guyver though. This is the only um it's the only Patreon of this. The other ones are custom. Like they're not going to be as detailed. The other ones are of like that person's pet. So a totally different like category. Wow, I messed that up. Shit, it's late. There is a reason. Yeah, it's that thing where it's just like, what a weird product, right? But then they keep making it because somebody has to buy it or somebody's been buying it. Um no, mostly because like I don't like to do them stylized. If I'm going to draw somebody, I tend to just lean into going into realism. Even if it's like, oh, can you draw me as like Iron Man, right? Um which you'll get a lot of at comic book conventions if you take commissions. The easiest way to do it, honestly, is just go like realistic with their face and then just like cartoon the body to avoid any of that potential stuff. So yeah, in a way, I guess I do kind of I not worry about it, but yeah, I keep that in mind where I'm just like, can't mess it up if I make it look exactly like the picture you gave me. And if you think kid looks ugly, if you think your kid looks ugly in my drawing, then you just don't like your kid. Oh, did you look it up? Oh, thank you for dropping the link for the Infinity Sketchbook. It has been a long time since we've seen a new face in the Infinity Sketchbook group. So for anyone who doesn't know what that is, I have a lot, a lot of sketchbook pages that I've done over the years, and uh, the Infinity Sketchbook is a place where you can get like high res copies of it. Basically, it's called the Infinity Sketchbook because you buy it once, and every week I'll be adding to it. So you buy it once, you get access to all the previous weeks, which are organized in a online cloud storage. They're organized by weeks. You'll get all the old stuff and all the new stuff and everything that I upload once every week forever. That's how much stuff I have. I say Thrashers struggle, always feel like it does not look like them, but when I hand it to them, they always like the piece. Well, you know, you're always your own harshest critic. Also, the layman, the non-artist, they don't really know what they're fucking looking at. Like they don't really care. They don't really know, right? And then let's say they do know, um, and they're just kind of whatever about it, whether they like it or not. Sometimes a lot of people just want to be polite, and they're like, "Okay, thank you." Some people are just appreciate that you take the time to do their commission. Very rarely are you gonna come across somebody who's just like, "Oh, what the fuck is this?" It doesn't matter. No refunds anyway, right? And you know one of the perks of doing traditional art as opposed to digital art for private commission work is when it's digital, the client could always ask, would you mind changing this or changing that? Well, actually, can you change it back so I could see it?" If you're working full traditional, you kind of keep them in the loop with the progress of it if they want. You can be like, "Here's a shot of the progress so far. What do you think?" But when it's done and it's set in stone, like you literally, after a certain point, you literally can't do anything about it. So it's just like you could take this painting or not, but it's done, right? Versus if you have a full digital project, man, the client, even if they're a layman, they're gonna know. They could be like, "Well, can you do this? Can you do that?" They're gonna ask for stuff. Exo, you know what I'm talking about. Crazy. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm being very cautious because it's been a long time since I've worked on a Shikishi board, and these things aren't cheap, so I don't want to fuck this up. Fun fact: I only take Shikishi board work as part of the Patreon. I There was only a short window of time when I was taking them as commissions, so the only way to get artwork from me on a board is through the Patreon. Just a fun fact. So is the stream still looking and sounding good to everybody? CPU is looking a little spicy right now. So, I don't know who lives in like the California Bay Area, but next weekend, not this upcoming weekend, the weekend after is the Cherry Blossom Festival in Japantown, San Francisco. I will have an artist table upstairs in the Japantown Mall near the bookstore, near Sophie's Crepes. Um, they're going to be having like an artist alley there on the top. Actually, on the top and bottom floor now. It used to just be the top, but it's both. But I'm going to be up there with the cool kids on the top floor. I'll have an artist table there all weekend for the Cherry Blossom Festival. So if anyone's going to be there, have any Bay Area people, you come say hi. Are there any open slots for the Patreon? Yes. Let me pull it up. Yeah, so there's a couple of tiers for the Patreon. The of course, like everybody, there's the like the free tier where you can just join without paying anything, and then you could just kind of if you join and not pay anything, it's a just a cool way to support me. Doesn't cost you anything, but it does give you access to voting for the sketch card. All members, even people who are not in the sketch card tier, can vote for the sketch card. And then the next tier is the $10 sketch card, which is hold on, my mom texted me. Must be important. No, it was a meme. Why is everyone sending me memes right now? So, the $10 tier is a 4x6 sketch. I don't have think I have any on me. Yeah, but if you scroll down the Patreon timeline, you'll be able to see examples of the sketch cards. Yeah, those are $10. And then if you hop on to just the next tier is like a big jump forward. Those are the Shikishi boards. It's essentially getting a discounted commission from me because, like I mentioned earlier, I reserve Shikishi board work just for patrons because I just think like I want to offer something. I don't want to use the word exclusive, but like I wanted people to have a reason to invest in my Patreon. So if you're like down enough to join, uh, then that's your way of getting a Shikishi board. And this is the level of detail I put into it. And if it's something realistic, obviously there's going to be more detail. But something anime, it'll be like this. Yeah, my normal commission rates are 150, so it's like less than no wait, yeah, less than half, and done on a board instead of a paper. So anyway, that's just what we have to offer on there. Well, I actually have to put up the poll for next month. And then after we do the colors, I will have to go back in with a multi-liner again just to clean up the line art because the ink kind of bleeds into each other. So we started off with the quick black line art, and that's starting to. You might not be able to see it on camera, but it's starting to get a little muddy. Oh, I appreciate that join. Yeah, that'll give you access to voting. And I'll be putting up the poll. Uh, I'll probably fall asleep when we're done here. So tomorrow the poll will go up. Actually. What are the next ideas for the poll list? I'm not sure. I have some themes that I've been doing. I don't know if anyone's noticed. Like one theme was redheaded characters, and then green-haired characters, and then girls with guns, and so I have some themes that I have written down. I'll pick among that, and then based on the theme that I decide on, I'll find the characters to choose. That's how I've been doing it. No, I appreciate all the views, everyone. Normally, what's it? A Tuesday? Or it was Tuesday? No, it's still Tuesday for 10 more minutes here. Normally we don't get a lot of views in the middle of the night. So this is pretty cool. What the hell's wrong with this cap? Hey, what's up? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Just joined Sketch Cartoon. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You know, I don't really push the Patreon super hard. So like the only way people can like know about the Patreon is like if you hop here on stream or you're part of the Discord if you're already like following my work, right? That's why I take so much extra care of the people who are in the Patreon because you could only ever really be in there if you like are really about what I do. So I do appreciate that. That's why there's limited spots on there. How am I doing? I am doing well. Catching up on some, like I was just talking about, some Patreon work here. Um, and then after this, I have some commission work, but I'll be doing that off stream so I can move a little faster. What about you? What are you up to? For a brother, been seeing your work for years. It's time to start collecting your. Yeah, thanks for coming through. I appreciate that. Yeah, start collecting the Patreon cards, and then one day when we're in super high demand and the Patreon is out of spots, you'll have some rare artifacts. Best way, I think, yeah, Instagram, but any method, like even email, as long as you remind me of your Twitch username. Yeah, to remind me who I'm talking to. Yeah, Instagram is easy, but like honestly, I check everything pretty frequently, so it's kind of whatever works best. Oh, thanks for the raid. My bad. Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome. We're just working on a Patreon board, Shikishi board. You can go ahead and carbon date yourself if you recognize what character this is. Oh yeah, I get that. What's everyone doing on this? Was it? I guess it's Wednesday morning for me. It's 12:01, so or so if we have any artists here, so you guys who don't know, I do a lot of anime and comic book conventions. It's not my full time gig anymore. It used to be, but since it's no longer my full time gig, I don't actually uh get to meet a lot of new artists. Like when I was traveling for shows a lot, I would meet new artists like every weekend. So what I always do, especially when I get new people like from a raid, I always ask if you have like an art station or an Instagram or well, not art station. I'm not really active there anymore. Let's say some kind of social where you post your artwork. I actually encourage you to share one link with each other here. That way I can find some new artists to follow. So if you felt like it, um, you have my permission to post a link to your arts. Waiting for me. Oh, it's midnight for you too. U.S. West Coast. Yeah. So I don't know if anybody is Bay Area, California, but next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend I'll have an artist alley table in the Japantown Mall for the Cherry Blossom Festival. My buddy runs an event there called the Mini Art Mart. Um, it's by Sophie's Crepes, if you're familiar with that part of the Japantown Center. But yeah, it'll be fun. That's one of my favorite events. I don't get in every year, but when I do, it's one of my favorite events of the year. You gotta get some rest. Yeah, dude. Thanks for coming by, man. Hope everything's going well with your projects. In the YouTube chat, bro. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. How has everyone been? Is anyone working on any client projects? Any NDA stuff? It's always interesting to see some artists that I not grew up with, but like we were kind of in the same position um, when we started about like 10 years ago. It's always interesting to see everybody's moving industry or like it's just kind of interesting to see where everyone is now after all this time. Yeah, yeah. If anyone is interested in sharing a link, just one link to a place where you post your artwork, it's probably Instagram, right? Or wherever. One of those. Uh I encourage you sharing a link with each other. It's also interesting to me because I don't really get to meet new artists in real life anymore because I don't do as many, well, not just conventions. I barely leave the house anymore. So I'm working on some random watercolors today. That's good. Yeah, I've been playing around with a lot of different mediums lately too. But for commission and like client work, I always just kind of stick to the same old stuff. We talked about it earlier, but in my eyes, it's just like if you are known for a particular type of art, so like for example, if all you've ever posted was watercolor stuff, and somebody commissions you, um, you probably shouldn't do it in like colored pencil. You know, I always feel like the client they just want the thing that you're kind of known for. So though I've been playing around with other mediums, I am sticking with the Copic markers and the more comics and anime style. Like we'll be using some spot blacks here, some heavy spot blacks here. Once I go in with the multi liner after we finish the coloring. Imagine leaving the house. I know, right? Oops, my bad. I closed the chat. Oh, Exo. What's your X? What's your Twitter right now? 5,000. Damn. 5,000 active too, not just 5,000. 5,000 active. How am I doing? I've been looking for a freehand artist to sketch your chess piece if you have any free time. Yeah, if I am open for kind of any kind of commissions right now. The weirder or not weirder, the more away from the standard like Copic work, alcohol ink work it is, the more interested I am in it. Just 1 to 2,000 likes. It's not a big deal. If you God damn this pen. Why is it like this? Like my cumulative. I mean, it's been a long time since I've really been super active in posting and even longer since I cared. But I'm pretty sure if you accumulated the likes on my last, let's say 9 posts, because it was that the 9 grid, it might equate to like 500. Yeah, I mean, I ain't tripping. It's Doesn't really mean anything to me. But you know what's funny? If the numbers were high, I bet they'd mean something to me. I just gonna say that. I sit here and talk shit, but if it was the opposite way around, I'd be on the other. I'd be doing the opposite. I'd be doing the other thing. Do you guys remember Tim? Tim, the really hardworking artist. He used to drop into the streams a lot, but I know he has like a job and shit now. He has like a life. He turned 18 and then realized he has to go do shit. Um, I did an interview with him on his channel. I think before his channel got shut down because he was posting a lot of like nude figure drawings on YouTube, and I was just like, "What do you think was going to happen to your channel?" But I did an interview with him, and he had asked me something similar, where he was just like, "Does it ever bother you that you don't really get a lot of traction on the work that you do, even something like that 1,000 hour Dragon Ball drawing? You know, the one that has every character." It was just like, even with that one, I've seen that one struggle to get like a decent amount of views. And my answer to him back then was, "No, I'm at peace with it. It's pretty cool as long as I enjoy my work." And then I think he's the one who said, "But what if the numbers were higher?" That's the thing that got me thinking, well, fucking course I would care. It'd be different. Yeah. I drink Coke and Pepsi, but if Pepsi pays me, it's the one that tastes better. You plan on getting more tattoos? Oh, that'd be awesome. I have designed two tattoos in my life. No, 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 three. Two of them were for my buddy, and then one of them was for myself. You know what else I designed? This ad. No, I'm just kidding. I actually don't have my ad set up right now. Normally I'd get you guys, but I don't have my ad set up right now. I do have to go to the bathroom though, so give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm serious. Hold on. Okay, let us continue. uh, you need food. Okay, go do that. Okay, showed you a wolf and blood moon at the convention. Oh, okay, okay. It's hard to. That's right. You know, it's fine. Okay, when I read Blood Moon, the only thing that I could think of was there was this funny thing on there. I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. Let's see. So yeah, those are the only three tattoos that I've firsthand um designed and saw actually get done. I'm not gonna lie. The two that I did for my friend were Pokemon based tattoos, and I don't like how they came out. Not no the tattoo artist did a good job. I don't like what I did with it, but I guess he's happy with it. I mean I don't talk to him anymore, but okay. Uh oh, that yawn is bad, right? Okay, we could finish this. All that's left is pretty much just a bunch of green. So these areas down here, like we don't need to put excessive amounts of detail. Am I muted? No. We don't have to put excessive amounts of detail in this bottom section because this is not where the focus is. Damn it. The focus is just like right here. It's mainly the face, right? Um so we don't need to put you don't need to put every strand of whatever gross meat he's made out this suit is made out of underneath the armor, right? Kind of just block it in. Okay. So I don't know who's still here, but so I don't watch a lot of Twitch. Um what kind of things do you guys usually watch here on Twitch? Games, other artists? And for those who do watch other artists, generally what do you find interesting in what they do? This is not research or anything. It's just curiosity. I tend to ask this question every couple, basically anytime we get a new group of people that come in. I just kind of like to see what y'all are watching artist wise these days. Ah, I see. Damn it. RV17. Ha! I do have a refill for that. So that's a great way to describe how discover people. I think that explains a lot of how people view this. I think. Hold on, wait. I think you unlock art. So you mostly so anatomy. You mostly watch IRL or video games. Seeing you on this platform, I love seeing the process and hard work that goes into the process. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just the accumulation of just like years and years and years and years of practice. I'm being extra slow and extra careful with this because it's on a Shikishi board. If we were on something a little more wild, like oh shit, like a Bristol board, we definitely would have been moving a lot faster. But you know, this is a very unforgiving medium, so my bad for keeping y'all here for this long. Right now I am refilling. So I'm using Copic markers, which are alcohol-based markers. Each of these markers has a code, which represents their different colors. Um, I have a whole rack of them right here. So like each of these are individual colors, and when they run out of ink, you have to refill them using an individual refill for that color. It's kind of a pain in the ass. That's why it's important that you get really good. That's why it's important that if you're going to use alcohol-based markers, which all of them require some kind of individual refill. That's why it's important to get really, really good with these because the better you get, the fewer colors you actually need in order to get a good looking piece. I guess you could say that about like painting as well, right? You don't need like 45 colors if you're good with the set that you have. But anyway, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm refilling them. Why are all my pens just dead? Just like completely dry. Oh yeah, I'm just a little. Thank you for reminding me. I am just a little out of practice. I haven't been streaming a lot. Um, but yeah, kind of narrate what I'm doing, right? Okay, so if you're just joining, we're almost done. Um, Basically, all we have left to do is finish coloring these parts green. Luckily, this character only has a couple of colors on him. Then I'm actually gonna go back in over it with a black multi-liner. So it has a set of black lines on it already before I started coloring. But once you start putting the color ink on there, because this particular material bleeds a lot, it kind of muddies up the line work. So once we finish with the rest of the green, I'm going to go back in with a black multi-liner, clean up the line work, add in a bit of line weight, maybe some spot blacks. Spot blacks are like, you ever watch Yu-Gi-Oh? And there's like, they'll use a lot of black on the artwork. And what that does, like comic books do it too. Um, Especially American comic books. There's like a lot of black, and then that'll help colors pop out more. That's another way to trick without needing it's a way to make your colors more like vibrant without having to use more colors. So it's just like a little trick. Oh, what happened? Whoa. We got a hype train. How the hell did that happen? Uh, gifting 5 tier 1s. So Jesus Christ. Dude, thank you. I appreciate that. It's because most people who come to Chris either already know or don't seem to care. No, that's not it. People care about whatever I talk about. So as long as I talk about it, they'll care. Well, that I recently gathered based on your questions here. Oh, I see. No, no, no. I'm just a little out of practice. So anything that's like little iffy in regards to the stream about like me explaining what's going on, everything is just me being rusty. So, um, yeah. But no, geez, uh, all those subs, thank you. I do appreciate it. Oh, you're talking about like if you're watching someone, they'll narrate the steps. I used to be really good about doing that because you're not the first person uh what do you say? Joe, you're not the first person to mention that they enjoy that. Back when we were working in the sketchbook a lot, and you know how we were doing a lot of art studies, and then we were doing a lot of like perspective and um free space rotation stuff and practice. I would always talk about every little thing I was doing, and people really like that. And you bringing that back up, I do appreciate it because I need to start doing that again. Dang. So I don't know if I had missed anything in the earlier part of the chat, but for those who do watch art streamers, what other things do you find like cuz to me it's always like people who are screaming in my head, like that's how I always picture art streamers, but I'm sure that's not true. Oh, So this arm is more, it's foreshortened towards us. Um and it is going to be the light's coming from this way, right? So it's going to be in the shade, but we want it to be like three dimensional. We don't want it to look like flat anime, which is why it's important that you have it go light here because it's basically like a not a cone, cylinder. So it's like this, right? So the light's hitting it here. They'll lump out. This is like probably the closest point to the camera from where you're viewing it. So that is actually going to be light right there. I have to hurry up because if you wait too long and you let it dry, it's hard to blend it. Whoopsie. Yeah, see how I how it blends right there, but I waited like a little, just even a few seconds too long. Now it's not blending quite as well. You know what? Thanks again for those subs. That's crazy. Appreciate it. Uh, a hype chest. What's that? Oh, that's cool. I usually chill in art stream. So you usually chill in art streams for the vibes in the company, the conversation. Sometimes it can maybe learn by watching. There's also something to be said for watching something magic, something magic to existence. I get what you're saying. Oh yeah, and before somebody asks, which I know somebody always eventually does, the reason I'm not playing any music for you guys is because we are multi-platform streaming, and what's safe on one platform isn't necessarily safe on the other. Uh, like Twitch has their library. They have like that whole radio station that you can use. Not all of those are safe on YouTube. Same thing with the other way around. So it's just easier to just not any music. Like I have music going. I just have that channel switched off for you guys. Which is strange. You would assume that viewers would prefer no music in the background, that way they can do their own. But I have found that that's not the case for most people. I think the point is to have some way to express yourself. There are a lot of mediums, but a lot of people do not have access to it. Yeah. Oh, like brushstroke ASMR. Oh, the Twitch radio thing doesn't exist anymore. Well, clearly that's how active I've been. Let me go see the Colonel. Colonel Sanders. Oh, he's dead? When was that? Oh, they did, huh? Shit. Okay, well, I definitely shouldn't use it. I feel like part of the artist goes into each piece that makes it extra special. You know, that's one of the reasons I don't try to produce something every single day. Like I draw every day, but I'm not producing every day. Um, Especially not for posting on social media, which some people do. Um, I feel like when I move too fast, then it just kind of becomes like fast food, you know? You just kind of go through the motions of the stroke and you don't really like not really putting anything into it. I don't know what y'all are talking about. During stream, you had called Joe a traitor. Waited about 9 hours to ask why. Waited that long so that they can verify that you even knew what you were talking about or if you were, you know what I mean? Called you a traitor. He's like, I'll check back later, see if they even remember why. Uh oh. Is there enough in here to finish this? Okay, we're gonna have to be very careful. We are completely out of this color. Luckily, I think majority of this last arm should be on the darker side. Thanks for that hype train earlier. That's crazy. First day back on the job too. Man, this Shikishi board is just like pulling all the ink out of the pen. It's like inhaling it. So we just got to refill the pen. Hopefully this dark color will carry because we are almost out, like basically completely out of the light color, which sucks because we're right at the end. What is what? Ha, just enough. Now it's about to run out. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay. Oh, all right. So we're gonna go in with a 0.1 and just kind of we're gonna clean up the I'm gonna clean up the line art a little bit because some of it got some a bit muddy. Hold on. To go over it with oh, going back over it with the pen. So when before I start coloring, I do a quick pass with a black multi-liner just to get the line art down. But then once you put the colors kind of absorb into the canvas itself, and that makes the line art get a little muddy, like a little washed out. So then you have to go back in and darken up the lines. Well, you don't have to. I like to. And maybe I went outside the lines in certain areas, and going back in with the a multi-liner or going back in with a black pen, um, you can kind of clean those up too. So for the face area, I'm using a 0.1 because this is like where all the detail work is, right? But when I get to the body and it's kind of more like you're blocking that area in rather than like doing detailed colors, I'm going to move up to a 0.3 from a 0.1. That'll let us get the job done a lot faster because that pen is a lot fatter. But you definitely want to use a really fine detailed pen around the face area. So I know these are really, really fine details I'm doing, but is that coming through on the camera? Like the effects that doing this cleanup job has on it. Sometimes this is like the most satisfying part, going back in and relining it, cleaning it up. It's kind of, this should be like your reward for, because this always has to come last, right? This cleanup job, it always has to be the last thing that happens. So this should be like your reward for putting in all the coloring time. Normally, I'm not a fan of doing like strokes like that, but because the pen I'm using is so sharp, it kind of have to just to just to get all the ink I want on there. Give me a sec. I'll get back to the chat. Oh, we get another raid. Wow, that's what's that? 4 raids, something like that. How's everyone doing? So interesting to think of it as a reward. Yeah, because like this is to clean up the line art after you color is super satisfying, right? So it is like it's like it's basically a victory lap. If you've got the original line art down and then you colored it in and you got through all of that, then you get to take the victory lap and you get to clean up all the existing line work. And you shouldn't be messing it up if you were able to get the line art right the first time. Going back over it, you shouldn't be messing it up. So, um, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, everybody. We are working on a Patreon Shikishi board right now. How is everyone doing? It's pretty late for me. What time is it for everyone? Thank you for that follow. Uh, I am having a great one, yeah. Ah, yes, it is. It's almost 1 a.m. where I am. So I'm switching over to a 0.3 because the detail stuff around the face is for the most part done. So now we want to move to a bigger multi-liner just so we can kind of speed things up. So for those who are just joining us, this is a Patreon sketch, and you can go ahead and carbon date yourself by admitting that you know who this character is. Yes, yes. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, if anyone in the chat or who came through the raid, if you're an artist and you want to share one link, just one link, um, where you share your artwork, feel free to. I always encourage people to share their artwork here. Again, just one link. Um, I used to be a full-time convention artist, and I would used to travel a lot, like 30 weekends a year. I'd be out on the road meeting, and every time I go to a show, I would meet a new artist, you know, either on the opposite side of the table or to the sides of me, other artists who are working. But since I don't do it as much anymore, this is kind of my only way of meeting new artists. So that's why I do encourage you guys to just kind of share your stuff or thing rather, because one link. Oh, Neka, your setup is so cool. That giant desk. Is that that hold on. I don't want to call it a desk. That giant thing with a bunch of drawers. A dresser, whatever you want to call it. Do you store paintings and drawings in there? Like is it functional? Workbench. There you go. Oh, okay. It's like a toolbox. Oh, I miss my toolbox. I used to have this I used to have this big big ass blue snap-on toolbox. Because I used to work as an auto mechanic before I started drawing. Um, and when I left the profession, I was just like, "Fuck this box, never again. I'll never need it for anything ever again." It'd be pretty sweet to put my art supplies in it. Right, right. That's funny. Everyone's just thinking the same thing about your workstation or your work area. So again, I don't know if it's coming through on the camera, but can you see the difference that not just cleaning up the line art, but adding that extra bit of that comic-esque line weight to it makes? You wanna when it comes to doing like line weight, usually you wanna use it to accentuate usually curves or perpendicular lines. So like you see how there's a lot of curvatures on the shoulders and like this right here. Well, you want to thicken up the peak of the curve and then let it thin out as it goes to the edges. So it makes it like accentuates that curve. That's usually how it's utilized. Or with the perpendicular lines, like, whoa, do we have any here? Like right here. You make a bold connection when they touch. So we're working with a zero point 0.3. We could probably move to a zero point 0.5 and we'd be okay. But that would be like I'd have to like reach all the way over to my set of tools over there. Which we're gonna do. We're just gonna switch to the zero point 0.5, which I think I have here on hand. I have the 1, which I think that's a little too thick. No, I think we could use a 1. Yeah, that 1's a little too thick. 0.5 will probably be the magic number here. We're gonna use an O5, but a non-Copic. It's a different brand. I think this is Zig. again. We are coming close to the end of this stream, probably about another 20 minutes. So if there are any questions that y'all have, because all I have left to do right now is clean up the line work. That's why I haven't really been talking, because I've just it's kind of all we got left. Adding some line weight, making the colors pop a little bit more, making the lines a little sharper. My wife is here in the room with me. She is. What game are you playing? One Lonely Outpost. She is recording like hundreds of hours of gameplay uh, for her YouTube channel. I built her a pre GPU boom uh PC last Black Friday. I know, 4070 Ti Super, right? That's how I do it at conventions. You just lean behind the convention table, take a big rip of your vape right under the table. Nobody knows. I bet that's what the kids do in school these days. Before prices shot up, yep, and will never come back down. At least GPU prices. But it's all Nvidia's fault. You can blame taxes and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's Nvidia's fault for just I was gonna say being greedy, but I mean they're just being a business, right? I thought about going completely black under here, like under the shoulder pad, but I realized that would be the only area that is like fully black, and am worried that that would pull a little bit too much attention. So instead, we'll spot black it, more or less like that. No, because all of this happened because they chose to not release stuff and then stop production of their old stuff. And I'm like, dude, come on. Even as a regular computer technician working part time, I found more trouble with 40 and newer cards to service with. Oh yeah, I mean, um, I have a 30 series right now, uh, and it's fine. Are you talking about because the later drivers for the 40s have been, or not later, more recent drivers for the 40s have, or excuse me, the later drivers have negatively affected the 40s? Oh, oh, those 12 volts. That's one of my favorite things, that on my old, because I used to have a 7900 XTX. That was one of my favorite things about that. It was just three 8 pins. That's just like, I don't know, like aesthetically, there's just something to me really cool about three 8 pins. Always has been, and I still think it's the coolest looking. Yeah, because they just straight up do not care anymore. Aren't their earnings in the trillions? It's for sure in the billions, but did it ever cross? It ain't cross trillions, right? It's billions. No, there's no such thing as trillions, but billions. Yeah, and they're saying like the gaming market only makes up like 6% of that. So I'm like, that's why earlier I was like, you can say they're being greedy, whatever, but at the end of the day, they're just being a business. All businesses do it. All businesses would do it if they had the chance. Sucks, but it's just what it is. Like McDonald's doesn't use real meat because it's cheaper to use fake meat. So that's all it is. Or pink slime or whatever it is they do. Uh, but you know what? Even with the 40 series, I mean, it was pretty smooth, other than uh, cables lighting on fire. No, but they like totally don't give a shit now. You know, there's always that class that you went to that you like kind of didn't care about, but you just like you kind of went because everyone wanted you to, and then eventually you had to take a test or whatever. Yeah, so where Nvidia is they've already taken the final and they already know what their grade is. And it's like this last test isn't going to bring their grade down. So they just like they don't even show up to class anymore. That's what they're doing. Yeah, crazy. How do you think I came up with that analogy? That was me. What's my grade? 79. So it's going to be a C no matter what happens with this final. Yeah. All right. See ya. We're done here. So, speaking of acting like that in a class, the class that comes to mind first was I had a calculus class in high school, and the teacher was one of those teachers who he gave the same tests every single year, every all the time, bulletproof. Like it was proven by other students, for a couple of years when I was already there. So I was able to get a hold of that series of answers, and he still allowed you to bring one little note card for notes. So he was just like, if you could fit, he used to let you go in with that little note card and be like, if you need to fit an equation or whatever, or a set of equations, I'm allowing you enough space on a note card because, this class is hard. So, of course, I'd fill it up with a bunch of nonsense, but then very, very lightly in pencil, I would just put the sequence of the answers, and then I would just pretend like I'm working, and I would never be the first one to finish. I would always make sure to finish right in the middle, like let some people pass, and then I'd turn it. And then you have to intentionally get some wrong, otherwise it's gonna get suspicious. So I walked through that class with a B minus on purpose. What did you say? That's not my fault that he didn't change the test. No, it's high school. Nothing will ever be more important than what's going on right now in these halls. Let's see. Let's continue talking about how Chris cheated in high school. Um, before camera phones, I had the Casio camera watch. You can look that up. It was like this big square thing, and it had a big silver button on it, and it was a camera. And I didn't use it to take pictures of like cool stuff. I used it to take pictures of like formulas or Spanish. What's the word, like conjugation? Uh, charts. And your test comes along. You just Why does every professor do that? Why do they copy? Oh, but I mean, they're it's because they don't care. They're aware that students know if their test is being reused. They're not they're not oblivious to that. They choose to do it because they don't care. They're like, yeah, well, if they don't want to learn, that's on them. I'd be like that if I was a teacher. But look, you're in my class to learn. If you don't want to learn and you just want to get your grade and leave, I'm not going to stop you from doing that. Their job is to teach you, not to stop you from cheating. If you don't want to learn, then that's not their job to. Teachers don't get paid enough to do that. I bet you felt like a spy using that watch. Oh hell yeah! It's like, did you make coffee? Oh, uh, Nvidia putting low VRAM on their stuff. My bad. I totally missed that we're still talking about Nvidia. Yeah, I don't know. Just they're very much doing the Apple thing, right? Gonna give you less and then tell you its progress. Well, it's 16 gigs, but it's of DD. It's of uh, DDR7, so it's faster. Like, yeah, but what if I run out? No, 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 no. Don't worry about it. It's faster. I think that's it. In order to do the state testing, something you never understood were people in post secondary who just wanted the grades and get out. Like, why are we spending so much money and wasting your time? Well, so you're talking about like people who go to non mandatory schooling, basically. Like, yeah, yeah. Well, you know, a lot of people like if you want a job and you like there's a particular career or job that you want and then you need a you need the degree in order just to qualify to get that job. A lot of people are just like, if it doesn't have, and I'm very much like this, where it's just like, does this have anything to do, like, um, let's say you wanted to be a let's say you want to be a doctor, and at least here in the U.S. you have to take like 2 years of general education in the first 4 years of college, and it's just kind of like that. You just did that in high school. Why do I have to do this over again? Like, why am I taking photography if I want to be a doctor? Well, it has to fulfill this, whatever. So, or it has to fulfill this check mark and that check mark and this check mark so that you can pay more money so that we can earn more money off you. That's what it is. So, when you see people like that who go to like further education and they're just trying to get the fuck out, probably it's because it has nothing to do with the thing that they want, but the thing they want requires you to finish, you know? In order to do the state testing to become a teacher, they make sure to have you on video, and they listen to your audio live, no cheating up in the state sponsored testing. Oh, really? I found they catch me saying some crazy shit. I've always found myself running out of video memory easily. Yeah, it's. Have you noticed that like in certain applications or even video games, if you have the available VRAM, it's gonna use it. Like I've played a game. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Icarus, but I've played Icarus on an 8 gig card, and it uses 7.6. I've played it on a 24 gig card on a 7900 XTX. It uses 20. I've seen it use 21 gigs when everything's cranked up. I had a both the 7900 XTX and a 4070 Ti Super in DaVinci Resolve, and one of them had 24 gigs, exporting 100% utilization, 24 gigs. When I was using the Ti Super, it has 16 gigs built in. Guess what it used? 16 gigs. So it's just like no matter, yeah, you'll burn through what you have because every application is willing to use everything you have. All right, so here we are. Hold on. All right. Let's see if we can move this closer and focus it in. So you can see the difference that bit of line, like those spot blacks. I mainly use those spot blacks to help kind of clean up messy areas. Like I could probably add some more spot black here, maybe there, but I'm not going to. We're just gonna kind of leave it. I probably will right here. Yeah, but you can see the difference in the line weight. See how much that adds to it. Anyway, so we'll be on for another, let's say, 5 or so minutes. Um, this is the AMA portion of the stream, as in you can just ask me whatever you want, and I can answer it. I'm not gonna promise it'll be honest, but I'll still answer it. Nah, I'm a pretty boring, basic person. Yeah. Okay. Um, that's a good thing that you bring up. Where you said, they said you could still see the sketch lines. It adds a charm. I stopped erasing my pencil lines on client work, on personal work. I don't erase them anymore at all ever. Because there's like, okay, I'm not gonna say it's because of AI. It's just it's probably been this way for the longest time, and I've only kind of realized it now. But like, people want imperfection. They want the tangible art. They want to look at it and be like, "Oh, a human did that," and humans are not perfect. So you intentionally leave slight imperfections, like pencil marks, on your drawings, and people like it. So somebody like hours ago asked me if I was still doing pencil sketches at conventions. For those who don't know, I have some with me here. For those who don't know, when I go to conventions, I actually stopped doing like ink commissions. I started doing quick pencil sketches at conventions because one, it brought my overhead down because now I don't have to invest in like using higher end mediums. Anyway, um, so I started doing pencil sketches at conventions because I like, I think I felt like people wanted that gritty, messiness to it. And this has been going super well. I've been doing them for about a year now at conventions, where before I was doing like what we're doing here, like the Copic marker stuff. But I got so good at Copic markers that if it was basically looking digital, right? So anyway, um, so people have been really wanting that messiness, that imperfection, and I think it's more enjoyable to look at. And like I mentioned earlier, I believe with the rise of AI, stuff like this, the scribbly stuff that looks like a human did it, are going to become more valuable. It just needs to hurry up because like I'm just kind of waiting for it. uh, you bet I'm not a boring basic person. I don't know. Copics are cash. Yeah, take up more space than pencils. I don't have a lot of different Copics. I have gone through quite a few in my day, especially since I did work with Copic at some point. I don't know if I still am, but they've sent me a lot over the years, and I just don't use most of them because a lot of I use a lot of tone grays, or I like to use a lot of washed out grayish colors like this here, or like a washed out purple. Those are my favorites to work with, because it's easier to control the value when you're doing that. So the levels of shading. But like a lot of the colorful stuff they have, like their blues and their reds, they're so oversaturated. They're fucking hard to use. So Copics are a lot of money, but honestly, you don't need to buy a lot of them. Just get the toned grays, the cool grays, the warm grays, and the neutral grays, because literally every color is either neutral, warm, or cool, right? So if you do all your drawings with just those three, cool, neutral, and warm grays, and the grays, they all share numbers, so you can value match them. So like a W2, a C2, an N2, you know, um, you can get a really really pretty looking picture just doing that. And then you can make the client do all the work by filling in the colors just by seeing like the temperatures. It makes life really easy. Why do you think if you look at stuff that like Adam Hughes or like any art germ, people who work at comic book conventions, why do they work in all toned grays? That's why. Because it's easier to get the values down, which makes the drawing look a lot better. And then you make the client do all the work like a Wolverine. Like if you draw Wolverine, blue shoulder pads, yellow spandex, red belt, blue trunks, right? Well, you just use all cool grays where the blues should be, warm grays where the yellows should be, um, maybe a bit of a darker value, warm on the belt, which is red. Put that all together. It's all just a bunch of washed out grays, but you give it to the layman. We talk about the non trained eye, non artist who commissioned it. They're going to see yellow, blue, and red. So if you are interested in investing in not just Copics, but like Olo markers or something, invest in just tone grays. Do get used to those, and I promise you can probably just make a career out of those. Some people do. Yeah, I'm just saying, you ain't gotta spend all that money. Doing cleanup with the sketch lines is a pain, and Feels like adding more time when you ask yourself, this should be done by now. Yeah, but it's not done though. No, where you decide to stop in a drawing is always up to you. To me, I have to have this at the end because I'm just like, to me, I'm the opposite. I'm like, I've already put in all this time. The touch up is such an easy, while time consuming, but easy, mindless part that really elevates the drawing. There's no way I'm going to skip it. That's how I see it. All right, everyone. Let's see. I have nothing to plug to you guys right now. Whoa, what is that? A cheer? Holy shit. I haven't seen a cheer on this channel in years. Thank you for that. That's a lot, too. Yeah, I appreciate the hype train from earlier. Thank you so much. And thank you for keeping me company. Hopefully you found this somewhat educational. Um, this was just, it's not a commission, but it's part of the Patreon. This is a work related drawing, which is why I didn't have too much educational stuff to talk about. But one day we'll finish all the paid client work and then get back into the sketchbook and do actual study streams. Those are my favorite. We'll get back into those. And if you guys are interested in that, make sure to follow the channel. And hopefully you all have a good one. It's the middle of the week still, isn't it? Fuck, got a lot of work to do. Okay, everybody. Thank you. I will see you. We'll come on tomorrow, but I won't promise what time. So just stay on my channel forever, and eventually you'll catch me. Okay. Bye bye.